Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Wyoming lawmakers on Tuesday advanced a state constitution amendment proposal that, if enacted and approved by voters, would remove the Constitution's structures. It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Wyoming lawmakers on Tuesday advanced a state constitution amendment proposal that, if enacted and approved by voters, would remove the Constitution's structures for property taxes. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that when the two chairmen of the Joint Revenue Committee looked back 2 days later, they said that draft takes the call for property tax reform too far.
Senator Bob Ide on Tuesday was like, I want to make a draft to get rid of property tax out of Article 15 of the Wyoming Constitution. But I believe what the chairman of that committee cast as maybe unintentional or maybe too far is then doing that would also get rid of like industrial taxes, mineral property taxes, not just focus on the little old lady who can't afford to live in her own house.
Property tax reform was a top voter issue ahead of the 2024 general election. A Wyoming Supreme Court's ruling Thursday kicked a lawsuit against a Cheyenne hospital over a little girl's death back down to a lower court. Cheyenne Regional Medical Center had asked the High Court to dismiss a motion its lawyers had filed seeking immunity against a lawsuit the family of a 7-year-old girl had filed against the hospital. Cowboy State Daily's Justin George reports that the hospital is basing its argument on the Wyoming Governmental Claims Act, which affords public institutions legal protections.
The lawsuit stems over the death of a 7-year-old girl, Amelia Young, who died in 2021 from tracheitis. Her attorney claims that she was misdiagnosed and was sent home from the ER without treatment, and she died the next day. So the family has sued Cheyenne Regional Medical Center. But what's interesting about this case is that the hospital is fighting it mostly on the basis that it's not liable under Wyoming law because it was contracted physician's assistant and nurses who worked on and examined the little girl.
The hospital had asked the courts for total immunity, which was denied, and the hospital appealed all the way to the Supreme Court. In recent months, the hospital asked for that appeal to be dismissed as its legal strategy had shifted, and the justices granted that motion Thursday. 2 weeks out from the latest deadline for the Chinese owner of TikTok to either sell its U.S. operation or go dark, a Wyoming entrepreneur remains optimistic about buying the popular social media app. Reed Reisner, CEO of Omnivest Financial, has been making a push to stand out among a list of heavyweight contenders for TikTok that includes Amazon, Oracle, Perplexity, Microsoft, and the owner of OnlyFans. But Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Reisner has said that his investor group's $47.45 billion bid is $20 billion ahead of the next highest.
There's 2 weeks left on the deadline for TikTok to sell or get shut down. That puts Wyoming entrepreneur Reed Reisner in kind of overdrive if he's successful and brings TikTok to Wyoming. I mean, that could be a huge get business-wise, economy-wise for Wyoming.
He said his bid is the only one that allows the Chinese company ByteDance to still be part of the business, although that would be a minority stake and wouldn't have any authority. I'll be back with more news right after this.
When it comes to building and managing your wealth, our Hilltop Bank Trust and Wealth Management team will help you determine the best route for your specific journey, utilizing our expertise and resources. Visit one of our locations in Casper, Cheyenne, or Gillette to learn more about Hilltop's financial planning, investments, and trust services. We're here to build your confidence about your financial future. Trust and wealth management products are not FDIC insured, have no bank guarantee, and may lose value.
There was a lockdown in Rock River on Thursday morning, all because of a heated exchange between a wanted man and an annoying rooster. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that apparently 2 individuals were frustrated by the crowing of a well-known rooster, so they attempted to silence it with a shotgun.
6:18 a.m. Albany County Sheriff's Office gets a call of shots fired in Rock River. They respond to the scene. They find 2 individuals who are upset with a rooster. And they were so upset with the rooster that they shot it at least once with a shotgun. One of them was cited for reckless endangerment with a firearm, but the other one who shot the shotgun at the rooster, turns out he had outstanding warrants in Texas, so he was arrested. So the lesson is, I guess, never shoot at a rooster within city limits because you'll get cited for that, and you shouldn't play with guns where people are, especially if you've got outstanding warrants.
Sheriff Aaron Applehans said at least 1 shot was fired, but nobody was injured. The rooster, which had been living under a camper trailer, escaped unscathed. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
And good morning. Welcome to Cowboy State Daily Radio, the Saturday edition. I'm John Baggett, a.k.a. Bags. Beautiful outside. Sunshine and a little breezy across parts of Wyoming today. Chance of afternoon showers in the east. Highs anywhere from the low 60s of the high country to the high 80s. Let's take a little quick jog around the state here. 58 degrees currently in Casper. Southwest part of the state, Green River, 46 degrees, sunny. It'll be breezy today down there. Let's see, over here in the south, or over there in the southeast, Cheyenne, you're 52. Chugwater, C-H-U-G-H-2-O. Chugwater, go, go, go. 54 degrees, sunny and breezy today. Rawlins, 49 degrees right now, and here in Sheridan, Wyoming, it's sunny and 46 degrees. All right, I'm going to shoot over to the Zoom room. First, I'm going to tell you about the show today. Wide-ranging is what I'm calling it. In the Zoom room is my buddy Tony Danforth. Stand by, Tony. We're coming to you here in a second because you're my first victim this morning. Tony Danforth, neighbor, friend, fellow attendee at Ignite Wesleyan Church, and he's got a very interesting ministry. I find it very interesting. I've told him that before. So, Tony, we'll get right there to you. How you doing this morning?
Good, John. Thank you for having me.
Hey, you bet. Nice hat. Beat L.A. is what we always chanted at Coors Field when I'd go to the Rockies game. But, we're not doing well, the Rockies. We're not doing well, my friend. We're the worst team in baseball on the way to potentially the worst record in Major League Baseball. It's not good. I mean, matter of fact, just an FYI, next weekend in this slot where you are now, there in the Zoom room, Jack Corrigan, the radio voice of the Rockies for 20-some years, is going to be my special guest in the Zoom room next week on Cowboy State Daily Radio Saturday with your buddy Bags. I don't know what we're going to talk about. I know we're not going to talk about the Dodgers. That's for sure. But anyway, that's Tony, and he'll be with us. He's with Ignition, a ministry called Ignition. Can't wait to tell you about that. In the 7 o'clock hour, right here in the studio, is John Warder. John is the chief out at the Bighorn Volunteer Fire Department, and he was also a main contact point during the Elk Fire, working with all the federal agencies and so forth. We're going to get a little bit of his experience and perspectives on that fire, and then we're going to move on to this fire season and what we can expect and how folks can be prepared. He put on a presentation for us. We have a cabin up in the mountains, and gave us some great ideas about, mediating the fire dangers around the cabin. So that's John Warder in the 7 o'clock hour. And then in the 8 o'clock hour, the founder and co-host of the Outdoor Sportsman of Colorado show in Denver. Scott Watley has been talking about hunting and fishing and the outdoors and all the gear and places to go. He's hunted all over the world and fished all over the world, and he's a good buddy, and he's going to come on with us, and we're going to talk hunting and fishing and everything in between during the 8 o'clock hour. And then 9 o'clock, last but not least, is my old friend. I mean, old friend. We've known each other for 40 years. Larry Proetti is the owner and general manager at KYOY FM radio in Cheyenne, as well as 1480 KRAE in Cheyenne. And he's got lifetime of radio. That's not where he started, where we met 40-some years ago and worked together. He's been a play-by-play sportscaster, disc jockey. He's and has been the voice in the Arena Auditorium in Laramie during the Wyoming games, University of Wyoming Cowboys basketball games. That's Larry Proetti, and he'll be on here in the 9 o'clock hour. My friend Larry has just battled through cancer, 6+ surgeries and so forth, and he's come out victorious on the other end. And I do want to talk to him, hopefully, a little bit about that. But now, my neighbor and friend, and a guy I admire very much, Tony Danforth. Tony and Gretchen are very, very good friends of ours. We love them dearly, and we go to church with them at Ignite Wesleyan Church. And 6 years ago, when Deb and I got to move back, Deb got to move with me because she loves me so much. She and I found Ignite Wesleyan Church, which used to be at that time Sheridan Wesleyan Church. And sometime a couple years ago or so, it changed to Ignite. Now, Tony, so was Ignition, your ministry, the inspiration to change the church name to Ignite? Ignition, Ignite. You think? Maybe? No?
No, John, it wasn't.
Nothing to do with it.
It had nothing to do with it.
No, but all right, let me set this up. First of all, Tony, you work at VacuTech here in town. What do you do for VacuTech?
I'm an architectural drafter.
What? So you're designing those things, those
yes, site plans and traffic flow, and yeah, it's a great job. I love it.
You bet. Well, on Wednesdays, however, beginning back in November of 2019, you and some other guys, and are there some women involved too? Because I keep referring to them as dudes, guys, grease monkeys, mostly guys?
Mostly guys. We don't currently have a lot of women over there, but women are welcome. Absolutely.
We're putting out the invitation right now to some ladies. Anyway, let me describe what this is. Ignition is mostly dudes who have some or an extensive amount of automobile mechanic skills. Right so far?
That's correct.
Yeah, and some of them are actively, working as auto repairmen somewhere, probably here in the region. And, of course, others are just, guys that like to work on cars and maybe in their garage, their driveway. And but what they all have in common is they have a heart for serving and have and do with Ignition. Okay, that's my little description of who they are. What do they do? What is Ignition? How would you describe it, Tony?
James 1:27 in the Bible says that we're supposed to take care of widows and orphans. And I just think that's extremely important, to take care of your community. And that's exactly what this ministry is giving back to our community. And this has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with the guys. It's all about our Heavenly Father, Jesus Christ, who gives us this opportunity to do this. And we get these cars in, and they're donated. Someone will go buy a new car, and they don't know what to do with their old car. And it's probably got 200,000+ miles on it. And we take it in. And we have two lead mechanics, Casey Welty from CW Auto, and Trevor Springsteen. And man, those guys, they diagnose those cars, and we make it safe. We turn those cars around, we detail them, we change shocks and struts and bearings and brakes and oil changes, and we just make it safe. And we turn those cars around and we give them to this community and to people in need.
You bet. And that's, low-income families, maybe families that are just in transition, various reasons why somebody can't afford to repair a vehicle, or their vehicle is in such bad shape that it's just not safe. And I do recall one particular family where the child was getting medical care in Casper, and the vehicle that she had, it was not able to do that and to travel to Casper and come back safely. And this is where this ministry, Ignition, came into play. It had a donated car. Thank you very much for anybody and everybody that would donate a vehicle that could be, upgraded and repaired and get roadworthy. And they donated it to her, and I was also able to see that when the keys were exchanged, and it blessed me, my friend. It was a kind of a weepy moment. How many times have you done that now since you cranked up Ignition back in 2019?
We have given away, actually we don't say given away, we've gifted 31 vehicles.
Awesome. That's awesome. How many? Yeah, go ahead.
And we have we have repaired, customers come in and they can't afford the mechanic fees. So we say, okay, how about you just, split the cost with us? And we have worked on 93 vehicles.
And that's awesome. The facility there at the campus at Ignite Wesleyan Church, where Ignition is, would be probably pretty impressive to, layman like me. I'm definitely not a very mechanically inclined, but you walk in there, it looks like a professional shop.
It is very clean and organized. We have guys behind the scenes, Rich, who is just amazing. I have a whole crew who come on Wednesday nights, and they just they love to turn wrenches. They love to mentor young boys and young men and show them how things are done. And it's absolutely amazing.
So that brings up a good point. So it's not all like really super proficient mechanics. Some are more, on the inexperienced side. That would be me. I don't do a whole lot of repairs on my own vehicles. I could change tires. I could probably change the oil, although I don't. But maybe the wiper blades. But there's very few other things that I can do. But I can turn a wrench, and so there's an invitation out there for young people and maybe some inexperienced people who want to get some experience to help with this ministry as well.
I didn't know anything about vehicles, and Casey and Trevor and the guys have taught me so much. I mean, Casey and Trevor get in there and they say, this is what needs to be done. You need to do this, do this, do this. And they explain it to the guys, and the guys do it, and they stand back and they make sure it's done safely.
Well, and I've been there. Excuse me. I've been there a couple of times on a Wednesday evening, feeling completely out of place. But what I do get is the just that aura in that atmosphere. May the Holy Spirit is involved, because it just feels like guys are there that have a mission together, and we're doing something good, and we're doing something practical for the community. And is that kind of your sense of what happens on a Wednesday night at Ignition?
That's exactly what happens. The guys come there, they work on vehicles. We get an hour and a half every Wednesday. And at the end of the night, we all circle around and we have a little prayer, and just the Holy Spirit is there. It's just amazing.
Well, that was my sense as well. Before we go to this commercial break, I want to give you the opportunity. First of all, I'm going to do it multiple times here. Give out the web address for Ignite Wesleyan Church, where folks who find themselves in this situation where the revenue just ain't there and the budget is taxed out and they can't afford to get their vehicle fixed, or their vehicle just isn't safe, what's the web address where they can sign up and get their name on the list?
IgniteWesleyan.org. Go down to the drop-down menu for Ignite and go online and fill out the application. There's two ways to do it. I need a vehicle, or I need my vehicle fixed.
Yeah, absolutely. Tell me again, you've mentioned some names, but I want to give a shout out to all these guys who, as a parishioner at Ignite Wesleyan Church, I'm just so impressed with, as is the rest of the folks who go there. Maybe mention some of the guys' names who are involved.
I have my sidekick, Rich, who does all the paperwork, all the logistics, talks to the clients, talks to the customers, makes the appointments. I basically run the shop, but Trevor and Casey and Rich and Terry and Rubik, I can't say enough about them. They're just my steed. They're there every week, and their priority is ignition. And I'm just so excited for those guys.
Well, I've got an image up there of some guys working on vehicles, and again, we're going to come back and talk. One of the things I definitely want to talk about, and I want to hear about, because I'm kind of mushy this way, is some of the reactions of folks when they realize that this is happening and they are being gifted a vehicle, or their vehicles being repaired at no cost to them. What a blessing. All right, I'd love to hear some of that. So we'll take this little commercial break here and come back. This is Tony Danforth. He helps operate a ministry at Ignite Wesleyan Church called Ignition. They repair vehicles and they gift vehicles to low-income families and those in need. We'll be back here on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. Stay tuned.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
You're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Hey, good morning and welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Radio on Saturday with your buddy Baggett at 6:25 in the morning. Mostly sunny around the state of Wyoming today. A little breezy in some areas. We're going to get highs approaching 80 degrees in some places. High country probably into the mid-60s at least. Ignition, launched in 2019, is a volunteer group of mostly dudes who have some or maybe an extensive amount of automobile mechanic skills. Some of them are, and finding out that not all of them do. Some are learning, right, Tony?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
And some, are working in the repair business around town here in Sheridan, Wyoming. Others just love working on cars and serving their community. These cars, in many cases, are gifted to folks in need, and in some cases just repaired. But one of the things I wanted to ask you about, so now you've seen this 31 times where you guys have gifted a vehicle to a family. What have some of those experiences been like, Tony? This is Tony Danforth, by the way. He's a neighbor, he's a friend, and he's one of the organizers at Ignition, where they fix cars for people in need. Tony, tell us about some of those experiences. I bet it's great.
It is, absolutely. The Holy Spirit is just there. I mean, when people get they come in there and they're like, oh my goodness, this is our vehicle now. We had this young boy and his mother, and he elbows his mom and said, "Mom, that's our car. Are you serious?" And the tears just started flowing. It was just great. Yeah.
And I know that in some cases, these folks, they up to that point may or may not have had a vehicle at all.
Yeah, this could be their first vehicle. Absolutely. We have had customers, they're not allowed to take it off the lot unless they have a driver's license and insurance. And we had this one guy who never gotten a driver's license before. And so, yeah, this is like his first vehicle.
So in some cases, do folks pay? I mean, if they can, as far as like getting a tune-up or situations like that, because I'm trying to figure out, are there multiple ways that people can donate besides donating a vehicle?
Absolutely. We have people just voluntarily, just all of a sudden our checking account will have a big amount in it, and I'll ask the financial secretary, "Who's this from?" "Oh, I don't know. Somebody just donated some money." And I was like, "Oh, yes, that is so great." But yeah, I mean, we have an account, and if the client can't afford to pay, they work out some sort of payment plan with the secretary and with Rich, and I don't do all the logistics, but yes, I mean, they like cut the bill in half, or they do make payments or some sort like that. But yes.
So there are ways that you can donate. And again, at ignitewesleyan.org, it's you can go on there if this is something that is touches you a little bit, because this is practical. I mean, there's lots of ways, churches and other community organizations do great work. Absolutely. There's always ways that you can get involved and help people in need. But this one, Ignition is very practical. I mean, there's not a whole lot of things more practical than a mom with a family that needs transportation. Am I right?
That's correct. Yes. I want to give a shout out to all the companies that give us discounts on auto parts, Sheridan Auto Parts Solutions,
Excellent.
Napa, CarQuest, CW Auto, Ted's Towing, 307 Auto Glass. I mean, we couldn't do it without those guys.
Well, Sheridan is a very, very generous community, and it doesn't surprise me that there's a lot of people getting involved. And as we mentioned before, Wednesday evenings, it's kind of almost a small men's prayer group with just a mission in mind as they're there.
Just a bunch of gearheads getting together, hanging out with your buddies, turning wrenches, working on cars, talking about God. That's what we do.
It sounds awesome. It is. And I would say it's had a big impact on the community. In places now I'm hearing that the word is out about it. So what would you say the impact is on the community with having a ministry like Ignition?
The impact on the community. That's a good question, John. It's just, wow. That's all I can say is people, oh, you go to that church that give away cars. I've heard that before. And,
me too.
People know about us. Yes.
So what was your personal motivation? I know you're a godly man and just have an instinct to serve. You serve at our church, as does your beautiful wife, Gretchen, who's our children's pastor at Ignite Wesleyan Church. What was your motivation, particularly to Ignition?
I was on the board at the church, and when Gretchen came on staff, it was a conflict of interest for me to be on the board and her to work on staff and get a paycheck. So I couldn't be on the board anymore.
Right.
But I still wanted to be involved. And we had this shed that we just stored lawnmowers and mowing equipment in. It had a dirt floor, and our pastor said, let's start up a ministry working on cars. So we got some grants. We got the concrete floor poured. We got a heater in there. We got mechanic. We got professional lifts. We got every single tool you can possibly think of. We have women in the congregation whose husbands have passed away, right, and they have a garage full of really nice Snap-on Matco tools, and they don't know what to do with, and they just donated them to us.
And that's thousands and thousands of dollars worth of tools, very expensive too. So generous.
Yeah, and it's their passion to give was amazing, and then we put the word out there, and we just started getting vehicles, and it's just snowballed.
It's awesome, and it's awesome to see. Again, Wednesday nights at the campus of Ignite Wesleyan Church is the Ignition Garage. You can't miss it. Trust me. There's vehicles in various levels of repair surrounding it. So it is obvious that what's going on there. What isn't obvious is that there's just this variety. We talked about it before of people that get involved who volunteer their time for this service. This ministry. And again, what do you think some of their motivation is? As we mentioned, there's various levels of proficiency in auto mechanics, but a lot of the guys, they're motivated by something else.
John, they're motivated because they want to serve the community and they love to work on vehicles. We got young boys that come and hang out with their dads.
Yeah.
And I give them a broom and they sweep the floor. And I mean, that's where it starts. And then they start standing behind their father and they watching how something's done. And what do you know? He's jumping in there, grabbing air tools and taking off tires. I mean,
well, when we get back here, I'm going to do a little bit of weather. We'll take a little commercial break here. And I want to talk about maybe somebody listening. So we're digitally streaming. We're all over the state. Cowboy State Daily has a subscription of over 90-some thousand people, and I don't know how many are tuned in this morning, but there's people listening from Chugwater to Jackson to and everywhere in between. And how they could in their community, whether it's secular, whether it's faith-based or not, how they can do this. Because I think this is something incredibly practical and needed in many communities. So let's do a quick weather here first, and then let's talk a little bit more about that. It is mostly sunny across Wyoming, be breezy in some places. Highs anywhere to the mid-70s, upper 70s, approaching 80 degrees in some areas. High country probably more in the 60s and low 70s. Right now in Sheridan, it's 48 degrees. Right here where we are, and sunny, right? Are you looking outside with me, Tony? Very nice. Over at Hewlett has 51 degrees at the moment. Torrington, 52 and sunny. Evanston, 48 and sunny. It's just sunny everywhere, folks. Tony Danforth is here with me, and he helps operate the Ignition Ministry at Ignite Wesleyan Church in Sheridan, Wyoming. And Tony, this is something, maybe give a hint to some of those listening who have a heart for this, how it got started and how they could possibly get started.
How it got started was we had this old shop. It's 50 by 80. It had a dirt floor, and all we stored in there was lawn mowing equipment. And we wanted to start a ministry where we fixed up vehicles and give them away to people in need. It says in the Bible in James chapter 1, verse 27, that we are to help the widowed and the orphan children.
Yes.
And giving away stuff and taking care of people for the community is what we do. We get in these vehicles that have, they have a substantial amount of miles on it, and people buy new vehicles and they don't know what to do with their old vehicles, so they donate them to us, and we have mechanics diagnose them, and we just make them safe. We change the brakes, the rotors, the struts, the shocks, the bearings, the calipers, rotors, and we do it. And we do it because people in this community need a safe vehicle.
If there's somebody listening and they're motivated by our conversation, could they reach out to you possibly through the website at Ignite Wesleyan Church?
Yeah, just go to ignitewesleyan.org. and go to Ignition and go to the drop-down menu and, send us a little chat. Send us how can they help? How can they donate? You want to donate money? You want to donate a car?
We'll do it. All right, let's take this break. We'll be back here with Tony Danforth with Ignition on Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's 6:38 with your buddy Bags.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. What's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
This sounds like, I guess, mechanic music. It's our bumper music. Hey, Tony. Welcome back to the Zoom room here on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. Ignition, Tony is a big part of. At Ignite Wesleyan Church, there's a ministry called Ignition. It was launched back in November of 2019. It's volunteers, group of men that some who have good mechanic skills, some not so much, some that are actively working as in the auto repair business here in the Sheridan area. Others they just like working on cars, and they do it in their own garage or driveway, and at all levels. Some of whom have, all of whom I think have a heart to serve their community and are using their skills to help families in need. There's families in transition or otherwise without the resources to pay for needed auto repairs. And in most cases, it's absolutely without cost. What a blessing it is in their life. We talked a little bit earlier about some experience. What are, without naming names, of course, some of the conditions that folks find themselves in where they would need ignition?
We get families who've been divorced, and one of the parents take the vehicle and they don't have a vehicle. We have clients that go to therapy and go to drug and alcohol classes and get their driver's license taken away and go to jail, and they just come out of jail and they're trying to restart their life and change their life and start all over again, and they need a vehicle. We get people who car has just exploded or broke down and they need another vehicle. It's out there, and people they need, and we give.
Yeah, it's just about every situation that you can imagine, and in some cases they have nowhere else to turn. I have on the screen right now that you can't see it. It's the Ignition logo, but I wanted you to show the Ignition logo. There you go. It's an awesome thing. I know that I have, as I've mentioned earlier, in a couple of cases, been able to see the looks on folks' faces when they are gifted and the keys are handed off. You've done that 31 times now, and I imagine every case is different, but what is in common are people who are, absolutely and forever grateful for this gift and this blessing.
Could you imagine getting a flat tire and, you go to the trunk to to get the spare tire out, and you open up the trunk, and right there, that little piece of cardboard that covers the flat tire, you open that up, and there's Bible verses written on that spare tire. It totally changes the outcome of changing a flat tire. And that's what we do. We take these cars, we fix them up, we gift them to people, and then we take off door panels, we write Bible verses in them, and they don't even know it's there. And we do it all for the glory of God.
Well, some of these guys that show up on Wednesdays at Ignition are members. I know some of them at Ignite Wesleyan Church, but some are not. Some attend other churches, and I know that there's some that don't go to church at all. But all of them have this heart to serve, and maybe this for some is maybe their first introduction to a church experience, or they've had a bad experience before. So there's other ways that the people can be touched by this ministry.
If you want to come and turn wrenches, and you have an hour and a half on a Wednesday night starting at 6:00, come to Ignition, 404 West Brundage Lane in Sheridan, and we will love to put you to work. Just come and hang out.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I did when I showed up.
Detail cars. All you clean out the cars. I mean, if you don't know anything about vehicles, and I mean, you can just come and hang out.
Yeah, when I got there, some of the guys jokingly handed me a wrench when I told them, I'm really not a mechanic. I'm not inclined to get under a vehicle. I don't want to get hurt, and I don't want to hurt anybody. But they were, smart Alex, so they handed me a wrench and said, hey, we'll find something for you to do. But I didn't think about the fact that I could definitely operate a vacuum cleaner or a cleaning rag. So there is something for everybody on a Wednesday night at Ignition. So tell us again on how somebody and why somebody would sign up, from the repair to maybe they need a whole new vehicle, how they could go through that process. Maybe somebody listening out there knows somebody, or maybe they're in that condition themselves.
There's two ways to do it. Go to ignitewesleyan.org, go to the Ignition drop-down, and there's two ways to go there. If you need a vehicle, fill out the application for I need a vehicle, or I need my vehicle fixed. And we will get your application. We will go over it. The board goes over it. They vet them. And yeah, it's just...
And for those who have a heart, that have a vehicle that, maybe hopefully it's in great running condition, but it's not being used. And, of course, it is a tax write-off as a charitable donation.
Absolutely.
So there may be somebody listening out there. As we mentioned earlier, 31 vehicles have been given away over the course of Ignition's history. And we certainly would want to do that. So again, it doesn't have to be a car in desperate need of repair. In fact, in some cases, just the time it would take, if it's so far gone, do you guys have to make a decision about whether the time and the effort should be put into the vehicle? Because I could see some people say, hey, there's a way to get this hunk of junk beater off of my property.
Yes, and we get those, boy. Yeah, we get those type of vehicles too that aren't worth fixing. So it does happen. But yeah,
you bet. Well, and if you're somewhere in between and you have that vehicle on the property that can be repaired, just use good judgment. And if it's repairable, maybe one of the guys could come out and take a look at it. If it's something that has to be put up on a tow truck. You did mention that you do have somebody who participates in the ministry who operates a tow truck company. So I bet he gets put to work on occasion.
Yeah, we have Ted's Towing go out and take up those vehicles and bring them to us if they don't run.
So, tow truck drivers can have, let's just say, a mixed reputation. And this is a way he knows that what he's doing is good for the community and stuff. So this is good on you, Ted. Thanks, Ted's Towing. Thank you for doing this. But my point is that maybe somebody comes out and takes a look at the vehicle first to see if it's of value and time and effort, blood, sweat, and tears to put in it in order to gift it to somebody.
Yes, we'll get the address of a client, and we'll have Casey or Trevor go take a look at it and see if it's worth it, and give us a thumbs up or a thumbs down. Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, one more break, and then when we come back, we'll wrap it up, and we'll just talk about the fact that this is a practical ministry that anyone listening in any one of our communities around the state of Wyoming or elsewhere could get started, could do in their own church, in their own community. It's Tony Danforth with Ignition here on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. We'll be back.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog, Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you. And we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal. But taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the-right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
It's 6:53 out of Saturday with your buddy Bag, Cowboy State Daily Radio. We're in the Zoom room with Tony Danforth. He's with Ignition, and we're talking about repairing and gifting vehicles to folks in need at no cost to them. And there's a push going on, Tony, people are starting to see more and more the value of blue-collar jobs, blue-collar categories. And you mentioned earlier, and especially young people that may be listening, or someone who has a child, maybe a teenager or a grandchild, that mechanics, auto, working on cars is appealing. I have a nephew that way, AJ. If you're listening, he loves to work on cars. This is an opportunity for them, and you guys invite and welcome young people or people just interested in auto mechanics to join you guys on a Wednesday.
Yeah, we have this young man. His name is Gabe, who's a sophomore in high school, who that's what he wants to do when he grows up and graduates from college. He wants to be a mechanic, and he comes every Wednesday and he learns, and it's just amazing.
I think it's right now it is a topic of conversation. In fact, I have a show idea to talk about. I mean, there's, of course, college is wonderful, and for some people it is absolutely the right thing to do, and it's for some it helps to mature them and get them ready to move on in life. Of course, the military is another one. I have a son serving, but also the trades, the blue collar type jobs, like mechanics, like auto mechanic, auto repair, electricians, plumbers. These technical skills aren't going away anytime soon. So, as you mentioned yourself about your experience, maybe coming from a lack of experience in auto mechanics.
Man, I've learned a lot, Bags. Casey says, Tony, order this, order this, order this, order this, and that's my job. I make sure the auto parts are there and the guys are available to do the work. And I've learned how to change bearings, how to do shocks and struts and rotors. And even though that I'm not really there doing the work, I'm learning a lot.
I bet you are. And a young person could as well, and they're invited, and they'd be around. We did put out the invitation to because there's ladies out there that like working on vehicles too. That's for sure. We have put the invitation out for them to join, but as you mentioned, it's mostly guys, kind of the boys' night out, if you will, on a Wednesday at Ignition at Ignite Wesleyan Church. Am I right?
6 o'clock Wednesday nights for an hour and a half. If you got an hour and a half just to come hang out with us, and you're a gearhead, or you just want to come and watch, you don't know anything about vehicles, but you want to detail a car, you're more than welcome to join us.
You bet. And I love it that you're a part of it, and your dedication and your service to his kingdom. For the fact that you're there, you're a greeter. I see you every Sunday morning doing your part to contribute, as does your wife Gretchen as the children's pastor. So I thank you for that, my friend, and I thank you for joining me this morning to talk about Ignition. One more time before we go, I want to give you the opportunity to give out the contact information and invite anyone that would want to donate. Either money or a vehicle, how they can do that.
IgniteWesleyan.org.
Right on. All right. Neighbor, friend, and brother, Tony Danforth, thanks for joining me this morning. You have a great day. Enjoy the sunshine outside.
Thank you, John. You have a great day.
All right. Thank you. All right. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags, and here's my call number, text number up on the screen right now. And if you missed any of that, if you want to get a hold of me, or if you have a comment or two that you want to text me, I will get to that information. I'll check out my text line here in a little bit, but we'll get to the news. Wanted to give you the lineup today. It's I'm calling it wide-ranging, is the description I have today after Tony talking about Ignition Ministries. 7 o'clock hour, and I saw him pull up. John Warder, who's the chief at Bighorn Volunteer Fire Department, in Bighorn. And John, if you can hear me, I can see you, my friend. You're welcome to come on in. The elk fire experience here in Sheridan, Wyoming. It did make national news. Of course, the smoke from it hit everybody. I have friends in Denver who were talking about hearing about this fire up in the Bighorn Mountains of Wyoming, and they, got the smoke there too. And we all had that elk fire hack. Everybody in this region was coughing because of that fire. Nearly 100,000 acres burned, and it was really, really a sight to see. So, okay, we're going to take a news break here with Wendy Core, and when we come back, John Warder, he'll talk about that experience with the elk fire, but also we're going to talk about this year's fire season and how we can be prepared. Stay tuned. Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming from the Cowboy. It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom. I'm Wendy Core. By a 3-1 margin, the State Board of Land Commissioners on Thursday denied the renewal of 6 leases related to a long-contested proposal for a gravel mining operation around Wyoming from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom. This marks a major victory for local residents who waged a 14-month battle against the development by Prism Logistics. It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming from the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom. I'm Wendy Core. Wyoming lawmakers on Tuesday advanced a state constitution amendment proposal that, if enacted and approved by voters, would remove the Constitution's structures for property taxes. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that when the two chairmen of the Joint Revenue Committee looked back 2 days later, they said that draft takes the call for property tax reform too far.
Senator Bob Ide on Tuesday was like, I want to make a draft to get rid of property tax out of Article 15 of the Wyoming Constitution. But I believe what the chairman of that committee cast as maybe unintentional or maybe too far is then doing that would also get rid of like industrial taxes, mineral property taxes, not just focus on the little old lady who can't afford to live in her own house.
Property tax reform was a top voter issue ahead of the 2024 general election. A Wyoming Supreme Court's ruling Thursday kicked a lawsuit against a Cheyenne hospital over a little girl's death back down to a lower court. Cheyenne Regional Medical Center had asked the High Court to dismiss a motion its lawyers had filed seeking immunity against a lawsuit the family of a 7-year-old girl had filed against the hospital. Cowboy State Daily's Justin George reports that the hospital is basing its argument on the Wyoming Governmental Claims Act, which affords public institutions legal protections.
The lawsuit stems over the death of a 7-year-old girl, Amelia Young, who died in 2021 from tracheitis. Her attorney claims that she was misdiagnosed and was sent home from the ER without treatment, and she died the next day. So the family has sued Cheyenne Regional Medical Center. But what's interesting about this case is that the hospital is fighting it mostly on the basis that it's not liable under Wyoming law because it was contracted physician's assistant and nurses who worked on and examined the little girl.
The hospital had asked the courts for total immunity, which was denied, and the hospital appealed all the way to the Supreme Court. In recent months, the hospital asked for that appeal to be dismissed as its legal strategy had shifted, and the justices granted that motion Thursday. 2 weeks out from the latest deadline for the Chinese owner of TikTok to either sell its U.S. operation or go dark, a Wyoming entrepreneur remains optimistic about buying the popular social media app. Reed Reisner, CEO of Omnivest Financial, has been making a push to stand out among a list of heavyweight contenders for TikTok that includes Amazon, Oracle, Perplexity, Microsoft, and the owner of OnlyFans. But Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Reisner has said that his investor group's $47.45 billion bid is $20 billion ahead of the next highest.
There's 2 weeks left on the deadline for TikTok to sell or get shut down. That puts Wyoming entrepreneur Reed Reisner in kind of overdrive if he's successful and brings TikTok to Wyoming. I mean, that could be a huge get business-wise, economy-wise for Wyoming.
He said his bid is the only one that allows the Chinese company ByteDance to still be part of the business, although that would be a minority stake and wouldn't have any authority. I'll be back with more news right after this.
When it comes to building and managing your wealth, our Hilltop Bank Trust and Wealth Management team will help you determine the best route for your specific journey, utilizing our expertise and resources. Visit one of our locations in Casper, Cheyenne, or Gillette to learn more about Hilltop's financial planning, investments, and trust services. We're here to build your confidence about your financial future. Trust and wealth management products are not FDIC insured, have no bank guarantee, and may lose value.
There was a lockdown in Rock River on Thursday morning, all because of a heated exchange between a wanted man and an annoying rooster. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that apparently 2 individuals were frustrated by the crowing of a well-known rooster, so they attempted to silence it with a shotgun.
6:18 a.m. Albany County Sheriff's Office gets a call of shots fired in Rock River. They respond to the scene. They find 2 individuals who are upset with a rooster. And they were so upset with the rooster that they shot it at least once with a shotgun. One of them was cited for reckless endangerment with a firearm, but the other one who shot the shotgun at the rooster, turns out he had outstanding warrants in Texas, so he was arrested. So the lesson is, I guess, never shoot at a rooster within city limits because you'll get cited for that, and you shouldn't play with guns where people are, especially if you've got outstanding warrants.
Sheriff Aaron Applehans said at least 1 shot was fired, but nobody was injured. The rooster, which had been living under a camper trailer, escaped unscathed. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Cowboy State Daily Radio. Your buddy Bag, Saturday morning at 7:06. And stay tuned. John Warder, chief of the Bighorn Volunteer Fire Department, is here. We're going to talk about fire prevention. We're going to talk about the elk fire and his experience with that. Quick look at the weather. Let's take a jog around the state. It's going to be sunny and breezy throughout the state. Probably less breezy here in Sheridan. Am I right, John?
So?
Yeah, it usually is. My friends down in Wheatland spent a significant amount of time down there. When we have 8 to 10 mile an hour winds, they have 15 to 20. Yeah, you betcha. All right, let me get this. I got the phone number over your face. Let me get rid of that. There we go. A handsome dude there. You don't fit the face for radio profile that we get accused of. Hey, right now it's sunny and 50 degrees here in Sheridan, Wyoming. And as I mentioned, John Warder with the Bighorn Volunteer Fire Department, and you're the chief, am I right?
Yes, sir.
And but you also, during the elk fire experience, now maybe we should recap. There's folks listening that it may not have been as big a deal to them as it was to us for quite a while. We had a fire that started. What date did that start?
September 27th.
I have a picture. I'll try to bring it up. On September 27th, I came down the mountain. I was up at our cabin in the Bighorns, and I looked over and I said, "Hey, there's smoke." Looking north from Bighorn. What is it? 335. What's
Highway 335? Yeah.
335. And I looked over. Hey, there's smoke. Oops, that's not good. Okay. And, went back up the hill and then came down about 3 or 4 days later. And it looked like a nuclear bomb had gone off over there north of Dayton, Wyoming. So I was introduced right from the get-go. I was interested in what was going on there. So before we get into, and we will significantly, we're going to talk about taking care of your properties up in the mountains and getting them ready, and what fire prevention, fire preparedness is, and how we can help people be prepared. Now, I'll mention first that we met, there's a community of cabins that I belong to up in the Bighorn Mountains, and you came in and put on a wonderfully educating presentation. And everybody there, all of us there, left there much more knowledgeable then we went in. So that's how we met, and I'm sure that we're not the first group that you've done that to or with, but appreciate it. It was a great presentation, and we have taken heed of some of your advice very, very recently as well.
Great.
So first of all, I'm interested in knowing, and other people are too, how did you get involved in firefighting and end up being the chief of the volunteer fire department in Bighorn, Wyoming?
You bet. So my day job is actually with the Forest Service as a wildland fire manager with them. So starting back in 1989, that's when I fought my first wildland fires. And then ever since then, it's been a part of my career. And then about 2012, I was much more office bound with my job and was looking for a way to serve my community. And they were looking for help at the fire department, as we always are.
Well, I want to we'll do this incrementally. Ask for volunteers. So let's do that right out of the box here. You're in need of more volunteer firefighters.
You know, it's a problem nationwide in terms of the lack of, particularly a younger generation. I mean, I would be considered a younger age for our volunteer fire department,
Is that
which is
right?
a little scary. So yeah, so in particular, you know, folks in their starting at 18, you got to be 18 to join a fire department to actually accept the risk and help us out that way. A lot of places use kind of a junior firefighter program to help encourage young folks outside of that as well. But basically, yeah, in dire need. A lot of us are getting older and retiring out, and we're lacking that replacement. And it's tough, you know, with younger families. That kind of time away from home is a huge stress on most marriages. And so, yeah, it's not a light decision to take, that's for sure.
Quickly, how could they get a hold of you or somebody at the Bighorn Volunteer Fire Department?
Yeah, so no matter what community you're in Wyoming, each of them have a local fire district. And just, you could even call the non-911 number, emergency services, and ask who that chief is of that fire district, get their number, and say, hey, I'd like some information about how to help you guys out and how to join. And that'll take you right to them.
Good. We'll do this a couple more times. If I forget, remind me.
You betcha.
Bags. We need volunteers.
Yes.
Absolutely. And, young person, oh my gosh, get out of high school. Maybe you want to take a hiatus before you go to college, which I probably should have done, and be outside and work outside. Man, what an opportunity. And doing something constructive like that is crazy. I had my last hour, and this didn't occur to me, believe it or not, until I was on the air. The ministry that we were talking about, they donate cars. It's called Ignition.
Yep.
And it's at the Ignite Wesleyan Church.
Yep.
Right into fire season. Boom.
That's right.
Okay, so all right. So the elk fire, September 27th. I told you what my experience was. So right out of the box, I knew something was going on. What was your first introduction to the elk fire?
I actually happened to be out of state on vacation at the time, because normally in the Bighorn Mountains, we're done with the bulk of the fire season by middle of September, whenever we first get that boost of moisture. And that did not happen last fall at all. You know, throughout Northeast Wyoming, that was a record fire year. Most of us had been helping out east on a couple other fires that were going on between here and Gillette. So went back to see some family, and all of a sudden my phone started ringing back there. So we had some folks try some initial actions on that, suspected it was a lightning fire, and later found the tree that was the ignition tree.
We were very curious about that because it was hunting season, bow hunting season, I think, at the time. So some of us were speculating that it was man-made, and I was, put your fires out.
Exactly.
Smokey the Bear come and bust you over the head. But it did turn out to be a lightning-caused fire.
It was. And, it's interesting you mentioned that, because greater than 60% of our fires locally are human-caused. And so that's why Smokey's message still matters. And you'd be surprised the number of folks that leave campfires and, take risks around homes as well.
Oh, God.
So it's crazy.
I mean, I'll get into that later, because this is important. I really want to. So you get a calls, and you know that something is lit up, and you also knew that we were lacking in moisture.
Right.
So you were not happy to get these phone calls.
Yeah, no, and normally, we initiate a response to get some folks in there. Where it started was high above the dry fork drainage.
And it started, when you say the high fork, listeners around this state, and I apologize, I get very focused here on my hometown in Sheridan and Bighorn. And my dad was principal out of Bighorn for 12 or 13 years, so we're very focused that way. So people, I'm assuming people know as much as we do about the fire. Where did it start on a map? Maybe nearby towns.
Yeah.
It was right at the border with Montana, very close anyway.
Yeah, about 5 miles south of the border,
right.
North of the Burgess Junction area by about 5 miles also.
You bet. Okay, so I interrupted where that fire began and where you began.
Yeah, so we, always, at least within the Forest Service, we're going to try and get an initial response out there. People on the ground, we immediately put up an air attack, which is an experienced firefighter in a plane that can size up what's going on and make recommendations on responses. So those folks all headed out there, and immediately we dispatched some air resources, including single-engine air tankers and helicopters, to start a response on that. It was in deep, dark timber, couldn't get people onto the ground in time, and so off it went with the weather. We started an incident management team, a local one, to continue working with aircraft and try and get heavy equipment up in there to corral it to the stand of timber that it was in. It raced right out of that, and from then on, it was off to the races.
Real quickly, very close in proximity to that, to the elk fire beginning, there was a fire near the Little Goose campground.
Yes.
So, which is very relatively close to our cabin. So we saw that smoke as well. But because of, this is my understanding of it, it could be an error. Because we had the assets from the Claremont Arvada fire, they were able to put that out very, very quickly, thank God.
Yeah, so actually that one started, it was much closer to roads.
Right.
So a Forest Service individual made a response, got some air resources coming, and then the Bighorn Volunteer Fire Department sent about 4 engines up and a bunch of people. And with that effort, they caught it. And that was back in later July.
We know it was accessible because Deb and I, we're going to talk about looky-loos, but after it was out, Deb and I went right up in there and hiked down in to see what a small burn area. It was only like 7 or 8 acres, if I recall.
Yep.
So back to the elk fire. We're in September now. A few days, skipping ahead a little bit. What's the realization of what you had to tackle here?
Yeah, so, communities involved with that kind of fire that just immediately escapes control, and in this case came roiling off the mountain down towards communities. So at first, ranch communities up by Parkman in the Pass Creek area. So immediately the response is going to be, let's determine the values at risk out there and then derive some strategies to help protect those. With the fire behavior that was occurring, just significant, thousands of acres runs a day, similar to what's happening in Canada right now. The only chance is to try and make a defense at those values at risk, which happen to be the ranch homes. And the fire's just going to do what it wants to around it.
So I know I'm probably skipping ahead a little bit, but there was a day of reckoning, I'm going to say an evening of reckoning here in the Sheridan, Wyoming area, Bighorn Mountain Country, the border area with Montana. There's beautiful communities of Dayton and Ranchester, and of course, you mentioned Parkman and other areas up there that are along the face of the Bighorn Mountains for those that are not familiar. So one evening, Deb and I both wake up to the sound of our patio furniture being blown around. And of course, everybody already knew there's a fire up there. We were getting a little bit of smoke in town, and it was getting to be a little bit annoying. And, geez, I wonder where they're going to get that fire out. What's going on up there? But I would say that I'm going to say approaching 100% of this community knew exactly what was happening, and this was very bad news.
Yeah, in particular, that fire was unique. Normally fires will lay down at night. This one got most active at night. So oftentimes wind will come off the mountain ranges at night, which is normal, but the humidities usually come up. And this was not the case this last fall in 2024. Humidities just continued to drop at night, and so the fires remained incredibly active.
Yeah, you could see the glow of it first, and then it was the flames. But somebody referred to it as, I thought this was accurate, as it was like a teenager. Very active at night and sleep all day.
Exactly.
And get back up at night and stay up all night. And so at that point, what date would you say that was now? So fire started on the 27th, and I can't remember now, days or weeks later when that big wind event happened.
Yeah, so right around the 29th, 30th September is when all that really got going. And then, it kind of put all of us as fire responders back on our heels. We were not ready for that kind of activity, didn't have the resources around. The local volunteer fire departments did an amazing job at saving as many of those homes as they could and get ready for an onslaught into the Dayton area in particular. Yeah. I think what was difficult is waiting for those extra fire resources to arrive that the federal government has access to, as well as the state. But truly, it was all hands on deck, and it didn't matter what agency you worked from. Folks worked together incredibly well just to try and protect those values at risk that were out there. It was unfortunate. We lost 2 homes. Nobody wants to see homes lost. No. But, that goes back to what we'll talk about later in terms of making sure your home is prepared for fire.
You bet. And that was a priority, was to protect homes. So there was some decisions made, I'm sure, based on that priority.
Absolutely. And not only that, we look at infrastructure, right? All of us as communities along the face of the Bighorns rely on the watersheds on the National Forest for our drinking water. Dayton is no different. The Tongue River watershed is their source. They do have a backup well, a couple of wells, thankfully, so that city water manager switched off the diversion structure and went right to wells. And then the same thing became the actually biggest value at risk as it marched down towards the Sheridan area was our Big Goose watershed. The water managers out there were right on spot to be ready with the extra filtration processes if need be. But it is interesting that Sheridan does not have a backup water supply. It's something the managers have been trying to problem solve over the last decade or more, and they're still working on it.
I have images up here. You can't see it. I apologize for that. But 2 houses and the outbuildings that were lost, tragic as it is. But boy, it could have been so much worse than 2 homes were. And again, to those folks who lost their homes, I'm not downplaying that at all.
Not at all.
But it could have been worse.
Very much worse. By that point, the sheriff, Levi Dominguez, was incredibly involved with planning for evacuations. And that's really our main value at risk, right, is getting people out of the fire's way. That's not always an easy task, from folks with livestock to the elderly. If you're not in a position where you can readily pack and get out of the way, that becomes a big burden on the firefighters, because we're not dealing with fire at that point. We're dealing with people. And
livestock, I mean, that was, and I want to talk a little bit more about the community's reaction, but I did see some video of cowboys and ranchers out moving their livestock in almost, I almost used the word panic. Nobody was panicked. It was just a absolute, resolute plan and mission to get the livestock out of the way of that fire, because it was moving so fast.
Yeah. Typically, the best we can do is get gates open somewhere to try and give the livestock a chance to get out. But people lost some livestock in that fire and throughout northeast Wyoming last fall. It was tragic.
This is John Warder. John's here with me. John Warder is the chief of the Bighorn Volunteer Fire Department in northern Wyoming, in the Sheridan area, Bighorn Mountain Country, where we had this massive fire. Started September 27th. And how many weeks before we declared it out?
We didn't declare it out actually until January.
Oh, okay.
So let some snow come in and settle everything out before we let it come back.
Oh, I remember that first snow. All right, when we get back, that's your role with the Bighorn Volunteer Fire Department. but you ended up being kind of a liaison with a bunch of different agencies that were involved, upwards of 1,000 personnel. I don't know how many were firefighters, how many were administration. I don't know. You can tell us about that. But I do want to hear about, what a strategy and tactics that had to be involved to do this thing. Again, upwards approaching 100,000 acres burned last fall here in the Sheridan area. But let's take our first commercial break real quick. It's your buddy Bags on a Saturday at 7:24, 51 degrees and sunny in Sheridan, Wyoming, where I'm sitting. And we'll be back after this on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Canada, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
A little bright and happy country music for you. Good morning. Welcome back. Cowboy State Daily Radio. My name's John Baggett. My friends call me Bags, so I'm going with that on this show. Because, as I mentioned, my dad is also John Baggett, Sr., and you don't want anybody confusing that it's him doing this show, just in case and when I say something stupid. Wasn't me, that's my kid. But anyway, we're here, John Warder, the chief at the Bighorn Volunteer Fire Department here in Bighorn, Wyoming, which is up the road here about 10 miles. Sits right at the base of the Bighorn Mountains. Absolutely beautiful. That's where my dad was a principal, so very familiar. We lived there for a little while when we first moved up here from Wheatland. We got here in 79. right after I graduated high school. But we love it here. It's why I came back 6 years ago. 32 years in Denver will make you appreciate Wyoming. Trust me on that. When the turkeys are crossing the road, I take a picture and I send it to my friends who I know are stuck in traffic in Denver. So it's just my way of saying na 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 na.
Exactly.
All right. So, John, we're talking about the battle with the elk fire last September through October. Of course, in our minds, that first snow, which came very late last year, was kind of the end. It wasn't, obviously, but in the hearts and minds, because up to that point, I'll mention something. We went to one of the community meetings. I would say 600-800 people showed up to one in Bighorn, the one we were at. It was packed in that little gymnasium. And they had everyone, including yourself, got up there and talked to us about what was going on and so forth. And one of the gentlemen who's with one of the federal agencies, I can't remember who he was. I think he was the guy in charge of the aircraft. Man, was he impressive. He looked like right out of Hollywood Central Casting. Okay, we're doing it. And then he stopped and he was, and he says, I got this hack from this. And everybody in the crowd laughed out loud because we all had it. Yep. The smoke for weeks was just pouring down, and many times just because of the atmosphere and what do you call that? The high. It brought the cloud down right on top of us, and everywhere you went, everybody had. We called the elk fire hack, and we had that, and so. But that meeting is kind of where I'm going with this. You had virtually every agency that was involved was there. They got up, and man, that's great, that transparency and keeping the public informed. But in your role, what was your role as the chief of the volunteer fire department in Bighorn? Now, and again, as I mentioned, I remember when, wow, there's 300 firefighters here. Wow, there's 500 firefighters. Pretty soon they were talking about 800 and 900. And of course, there's all, administration and coordination, all that, those personnel as well. What was your role in helping to organize this thing?
Yeah, so at that point, as the fire moved south and threatened the community of Bighorn, became my job to interact with that incident management team. And, you mentioned the public meeting, John, in terms of our incident management teams that fight fire in Wyoming are so blessed because the community is so supportive. Folks want to be at the table together and on the fire ground together, which is unique compared to other states. For folks that travel around doing firefighting, they are all thankful to come here. So that sets the tone, and then our job is to interact with them to make sure they understand the values at risk that are around the Bighorn community, and then I make recommendations to how together we can help protect those values. So it became a matter of dispersing crews and engines into and around the houses that are out there, doing a lot of the fuels reduction before the fire was theoretically going to get there. Thankfully, it never did. And then they also were thinking about burning out along the Red Grade Road. So folks that are local or come visit may see, a lot of logging activity that was done along the Red Grade Road.
That's where we are, and we have seen it. We understand absolutely why it was done, and the incredible effort, the blood and sweat and tears that was put to, and am I using the right term, mediate around our cabins?
Yeah, so different than the fire line made on Red Grade, we spent most of our time and focus with crews preparing people's structures, right? A lot of times folks don't have time in advance of a fire, don't make time, let me rephrase that, to be ready for fire. And so we have to do it last minute. It just was very fortunate that we had the hundreds of firefighters you were talking about available, because typically at that time of year, a lot of folks have gone back to college.
Yeah.
The availability of fire resources is greatly dwindled.
Well, and folks that spend their summers here, and then when it starts to cool off, they head back to Arizona or Florida. So so the cabins were empty.
Yep. And so our job then becomes at that point, hey, what can we do to reduce fuels immediately around those structures? Everything from trees and shrubs to weed whacking and mowing, if that wasn't done in time. And, sometimes we have elderly or sick folks that just can't do that. And that's what makes sense for the firefighters, not for the folks that are healthy and can do their own fuels reduction.
I jumped ahead into that because the whole last segment is going to be about preparedness.
Very good.
The whole last segment. Right now, I want to talk about the communication aspect. You talked a little bit about with all the different agencies involved. I have up on the screen what we were talking about, communicating with the public. And we'll juxtapose that with the looky-loos situation where people were getting in the way. There was, at various points, there's 3 that I know of because my wife and I would go there. But these, along with all the social media posting, all the resources with media, et cetera, that people could get the information about the fire, the one that I was drawn to is just a placard, a billboard, if you will, and I have one up on the screen so people know what I'm talking about, that just daily was updated to keep us informed, because I think that is absolutely the way, as we talked about the panic, nobody really panicked, but very, very concerned once that thing came over the top and you could see it at night, and realizing the breadth and the width, the length of this thing, people were really concerned that it was going to get to some of the communities. So is there someone that is their primary responsibility, or a team, to inform the public, and this being part of it, outdoor billboard with all the information?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as public servants, which is what firefighters are, we want to be engaged with the public to make sure that we are making the right decisions on the fire ground, to represent their interests as well. I don't mean that to sound political at all, because it's not. It's tried to be a direct feedback loop, so that we make sure we're not missing things that other folks are seeing or are interested in. And it enables us to be successful in all the evacuation planning, and all the other firefighting that goes on. So yes, there is a team of public information officers. It started out with Sarah Evans Carroll, one of our local employees that ran a lot of that until extra help came in, and they used the whole suite of communication tools to be able to get that message out. And then, like you mentioned, the public meetings are that place that allow a face-to-face interaction for folks to get to have their questions answered and express their concerns, et cetera. So that is such a critical part of firefighting anymore, is being involved with the public.
What a shocker it would be for anyone at some point to be in the evacuation zone. The image I have up is of one of those various point within of the fire, notifying the public of an evacuation, or standing by, or being ready. Talk about that and what the process is for evacuating somebody from their home. That's a big deal.
Absolutely. That became, as soon as the fire was moving into and towards the Dayton area, both the local sheriff and emergency management coordinator were front and center, integrated in with the fire incident management team, so that decisions they were making about establishing what I'll call the ready, set, go areas, which is what that image you've got up displays. That way, things were done in an orderly manner, so that gave the public time to, in that ready category, that means get your belongings packed and make sure that fuels reduction around your place is ready. And then in the set, you better have the things in your car that you want, that are your valuables. And then go means you're driving away from the place.
You bet. And there were some significant areas of evacuation. I mean, landmass wise, that area, not a whole lot of folks in there, but landmass wise, it was a pretty big area.
Yeah, particularly when it involved the community of Story, which is quite a ways south of Sheridan, but just because that fire was making 20,000 acre runs, it had to look that far in advance. And that got people's attention when we're looking that far ahead.
Well, and Story is, I'll use the word embedded within the forest. So it's not cabins with trees nearby. These were homes and communities within trees and so forth. Again, we're going to get to that. Very descriptive with the ladder effect of fire and crews cleaning up around that. So let's get to the now communication with the public. One of the issues you guys would run into is we jokingly say looky-loos, but I would say that downplays the significance of it. What do you call the folks that might get in the way?
Yeah, I mean, a kind term is a bystander, right? But incredibly, when you start involving a lot of the emergency services to deal with enforcing a closure area, and then people then want to come back and look at the fire and see if their housing area is being impacted, what they're doing is clogging up the roads, the infrastructure that allow the firefighter access. So that became a problem a couple different times during this fire, and certainly happens throughout the nation in any kind of emergency incident. It's just, I get it. We're all curious as human beings, but boy, when you're there, you're hampering the efforts of the professionals that are trying to make the situation better.
Well, it does take a lot of thought to come up with what could happen if folks don't know exactly where you are. Maybe there's nothing wrong and you're not in any sort of danger, but how would firefighters know that if the word is out that somebody is in there? How would they know? It just wouldn't. And now it's somebody's responsibility to find out where they are.
Yeah, so let me give you one example from the Elk Fire, and no harm is meant to this individual. There was an individual that stayed back within a closure area, an evacuation area, trying to get their last-minute property items out, and nobody knew that individual's in there. Incredibly smoky at night. The individual got hurt at the time trying to get some equipment out, and so then it diverted all the firefighters from saving houses to go help get this individual out. And so now you've got a medical response going on within a fire environment. So, yeah, it just can greatly hamper fire efforts when people become a looky-loo or stay within a closure area.
Let's jump right into what good the folks did instead of getting in the way. Deb and I had a great experience with. We were out at the great chicken out at the Parkman. What is it? Grill Park.
Yep, Parkman Bar.
So we're just out there, because we like their chicken, and in comes a crew. They were Native American, and again, like right out of Central Casting, they were just covered in soot, sweat, exhausted. But in there, and the reason they were there is that place was from floor to ceiling, wall to wall, full of donated items. And that was the community response was impressive.
Just amazing. Again, back to that Wyoming factor where we look out for each other. But Patty out there ended up sending unbelievable food and treats out to each of the volunteer fire districts that were involved. And people pouring in money of donations. But yeah, again, just meals, supplies, et cetera, to help everybody out there. It truly, like you said, was amazing to behold. The community support.
I remember when folks were evacuating their livestock, the word went out through all kinds of media, every kind there is, that they needed trucks and trailers and so forth. And the response was so great, it was a caravan, that at some point they had to go back on all that media and say, we're good. Thank you. That's enough.
That's a good problem to have, that's for sure.
Absolutely. All right, so we're going to get to preparing for this fire season. What technically, when does fire season start? Is it now?
You know, it's an interesting term that we've seen change. We no longer refer to it as the fire season, because somewhere around you is burning. It's more of a fire year, and just where that activity happens to be.
In Canada right now.
Yeah.
But hang on a second. We'll do this break, and we'll come back. John Warder, Chief of the Bighorn Volunteer Fire Department. Hey, let's do the plug again. I told you we're going to do it multiple times. To get volunteers, hey, young people, you see my belly, that's not me probably out digging ditches. But you mentioned earlier there's so many other ways. You don't have to be digging ditches and stomping out fire. There's other ways that you can volunteer.
Absolutely. And again, just whatever community you're in, get in touch with your emergency management coordinator or the local sheriff's office and find out who that volunteer fire chief is, where you can go and attend one of their meetings and see what it's all about and the different roles they have. And most of them have a process to get a quick medical screening, and then, relatively easy to join.
Hey, do it. Get up and help out. You'll be appreciated. And I didn't mention earlier, but I was thinking it. You said you were a public servant. Thank you for your service, sir. It is Saturday, June 7th. Your buddy Bags, Cowboy State Daily Radio, the Saturday edition. It's 7:44, 54 degrees in Sheridan under sunny skies. And we'll be back. We're going to talk about prevention, preparedness with John here when we get back.
You're listening to the Cowboy
Wyoming is
State
a big
Daily
state.
Radio
There are
Network.
so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I just brought up the Zoom room, and it was just me in it. Because John Warder's here with me in this studio, the Bag Studio, up here by the high school. But we're in Sheridan, Wyoming, and we're talking to the chief of the Bighorn Volunteer Fire Department. We spent a lot of time talking about the elk fire. Left a lasting impression for all of us in this region. And incredible thank you to all the firefighters and all involved who got here, went after it, and finally got it under control. We're off to a wetter spring this year than we had last year, and then, but it could change very, very quickly. So this last part of our show, we're going to dedicate to the fire season upcoming and being prepared for it. So, John, I told everyone earlier that I got to see you do a presentation to a group of cabin owners, and there was so much in that, and everyone left as you wandered off. I got to go. Thanks, everybody. We all got together, huddled up, and said, boy, that was good. I'm glad we did that. Are you doing that? No. So I can't throw any stones. I learned a lot. So tell us, I'm going to put up maybe an image or two. First of all, I have, I have crews prepping a cabin. October 6th, Red Grade area with a cabin being prepped. There's some firefighters moving brush away from a building. Looks like some corrals and an outbuilding. So, yeah, that's prepping. So I don't even know where to start. What would you say is a good starting point for folks listening that have property up in the mountains?
Yeah, and not just up in the mountains, but anywhere you live. So let's talk about the landscape first, and then the house or the structures itself second. So in the landscape, we need to be thinking about what are the fuels surrounding that house, right? Most of us live down in the grasslands of Wyoming. Very fast-moving fires in the grass, which is what happened in this elk fire as well. And so if things aren't done on the landscape, such as mowing, weed whacking, firefighters are often concerned with what we'll call yard art, which is everybody's debris sitting around. Could be old snowmobiles or four-wheelers that are ready to be burned that will then help the house itself ignite. So cleaning up the landscape, and there's some great images from the National Fire Protection Association out there.
I have one of those up, and that does show the defensible spaces around the house. You have the red area, then you have looks orange, and then a green area.
Yeah, so just widening out the vegetation around your structure gives it a chance. The whole goal is not to have a firefighter present or firefighters present, because oftentimes they're in very limited supply. So your structure, your landscape needs to be able to survive a fire, since we've been living with it for thousands of years. Needs to be able to survive that fire on its own without firefighters present. So the landscape preparation is definitely the first step in that. Then you want to think about what is the home itself, okay? I mean, obviously things like a wood shake roof are incredibly dangerous. So metal roofs are great. But then if you've got a forested environment around you, like you mentioned, story or cabins up in the mountains, you need to make sure those gutters, the eaves are all clear of all the pine needles, so that an ember cannot get in there and start anything on fire.
So the image shows, it's calling it a ladder effect. So as the fire sweeps in and it looks for fuel, and it moves, and it has a plan.
Yep. So ladder fuels basically mean anything that will take the fire from the ground up into the tree canopies and then generate that extra heat that will threaten a house or put a lot of embers in at a house. We often find that houses are lost by embers more than direct flames. So things like your attic eaves and those openings, need to be covered with some hardware cloth, fine mesh, to keep embers from going into folks' attic. If you've got a log cabin, the chinking needs to be kept well maintained. Things like a wooden deck and fences that are wooden that connect to the structure are also a big problem.
That got my attention in your presentation because we have a wooden deck, big one, wraparound. And so I've been researching. There is, and we need to seal our deck anyway. And I asked you this at the meeting. That was me, dude.
Yep.
Raised my hand. Any questions? And it said, all right, I got a big old deck, and I heard you loud and clear. Is there, sealant, obviously, for water, but are there treatments if you do have a big porch to make it fire resistant at least.
Yeah, and so, there are some of those commercial products out there. I'll throw out the name Trex for one, of decking material that is less likely to burn. All of those composites with enough heat will still actually burn. The main thing folks need to do is keep all the material out from underneath their decks. A lot of folks tend to store things underneath the deck, and then as soon as an ember gets into that stored, whether it's lumber, any kind of yard art, like I said before, then that's where the trouble hits.
So there's this big pile of stuff that was under my porch that's still out in front that I'm making arrangements to get out. And it was all the things that you're saying are wrong to have under there. We had old, clipping, or I want to say clippings, but the leftovers from the porch being built, and chunks of wood. And it was a significant amount. Did not even realize that there was that. But your crews, got under there and pulled all of that out. So they made it clear, a visual of here's what is not supposed to be up against your building.
Yeah, and I apologize to a lot of those homeowners out there where they had firewood up on their decks next to their houses and crews through all that through the yards just to get it away, because those are incredibly dangerous. And nope, we didn't have time to restack their firewood anywhere. So yeah, that's a bummer, but hopefully that's the lesson that folks leave with too, is keep anything flammable away from your structures.
And that includes that you don't always think about. So we have kayaks and stuff like that we store up there. Boy, we had those leaning up against it too, and just the realization that those plastics and so forth, they not only do they burn, in some cases they burn worse than wood.
Yes. Yep. Absolutely. So yeah, just even now as grass is growing tall and seed heads are coming out, now's a great time to be weed whacking, mowing to reduce that, because sometimes you get busy in July, whether it's haying as a rancher or other home projects. And if you forget to do that fuels treatment, you can be in big trouble behind the power curve when the fire hits.
No doubt. So who were some of these firefighters that came in? Where were they from? I mean,
oh boy,
we saw those big camps.
Yeah.
It reminded me of like old Civil War pictures of the tents, line of the battalion or the brigade lined up. That's what it kind of looked like, because they were up there, and God, the blood, sweat, tears. I keep saying that. Near the cabins were these giant tubs, reservoirs of water. That's standard too. So we had sprinkler systems set up throughout wherever cabins were. The crews put these on, raised them up to get all over the cabins. That's a regular part of preparation. I mean, when the fire's coming, the crews go in and bring these water sources to the cabins.
Absolutely. And homeowners can buy their own water sources. You were mentioning folded tanks that we installed. Mm-hmm. The federal government has a large fire cache system that we can bring all that material in if there's time. And that's part of the goal, is to modify the fire environment around a house by putting out those sprinklers. We have to be careful. You can damage a cabin by sprinkling too much on the cabin or the house itself and cause flooding inside them. So we try to just set them up to reduce the fire, the heat within the fire environment around a house. And oftentimes those pumps will run throughout a fire impacting the area. And they've been found to be very effective.
Another visual everybody sees up there is the wraps around the poles, power poles, electric poles. There's a reason for that as well.
Absolutely. So, back to those values at risk that we talked about. Obviously, if we lose power or we lose water, then it's not just about a single house or houses. So infrastructure is a key part of that. We work with, in this case, Montana Dakota Utilities, the local cooperative that handles the power there. And they said, what can we do? Because we don't have time to go dig dirt around all of these things. So we provided them some of that structure wrap material that they could put around the poles. And that's been shown to be very effective in a lot of fires.
We've only got a couple minutes left here. I knew this was going to go fast. And there's some areas that I may not get to that I wanted to talk about. I want to give you the opportunity to talk about or whomever you would want to mention here before we break at the top of the hour.
One thing I don't want to forget, John, is, we often think of the firefighters in the face of fire, but it takes that whole community support. And I want to particularly bring out the vendors that feed all the firefighters, that help house them. From office space to other functions. If we did not have the community support and those vendors that are willing to interact with the federal government and the local fire departments, we would be in deep trouble. And so a shout out to all those vendors that did that. Some of whom are still waiting for payment from the federal government, which is tough on them, just because it was an incredibly busy fire year and takes a long time to get through the paperwork.
Well, the last thing that I really wanted to mention and reiterate for the third time about the opportunity for somebody, especially a young person, and anyone who likes to be outdoors, and of course anyone who likes to organize, and there's those two, to become a volunteer firefighter. How do you do that?
Yeah, absolutely, John. And it's such a need nationwide, not just within Wyoming, but by far and widespread is most volunteer fire departments are of an older age. So like 50 might be an average age for the department, which is kind of scary. So in particular, folks once you're 18, hey, go ask in the local community who your fire chief is in whatever fire district you're at, and see what's involved to get signed up. Oftentimes it's an interview, it's a quick health check, and then we're going to put you through some training. And sometimes they're exciting, sometimes they're not so exciting, but it is great community service, and that's what Wyoming's all about.
All right. Well, this has been very interesting. Again, I learn something every time I hear you speak. And if anybody has any questions, concerns, is there a website or a place that they can go?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, in interacting with an incident management team, always use the social media that's around them. Your local fire department probably has a website, and certainly the Bighorn Fire Department does as well, bighornfd.com. And so a lot of folks will take emails in from their websites and be able to get back to folks that are interested in a question.
John Warder, thank you, sir. It's 8 o'clock. That went fast. All right. When we get back, we're going to be talking to Scott Watley. Speaking of people outdoors, Scott has been he was the founder, and he's still the co-host of the outdoor show called Sportsmen of Colorado. It's a show in Denver. It's been on for 25, 30 years. And we talk hunting and fishing and doing things outdoors. I'm going to mention putting your fires all the way out and not fires when fire day. Where does fire day? Is it medium? When does it become you can't burn a fire?
Yeah, so a lot of times the local jurisdiction will put in fire restrictions, probably around very high or extreme fire danger, where campfires are banned.
You got it. All right, 8 o'clock, Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. We'll be back. Stay tuned.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Wyoming lawmakers on Tuesday advanced a state constitution amendment proposal that, if enacted and approved by voters, would remove the Constitution's structures for property taxes. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that when the two chairmen of the Joint Revenue Committee looked back 2 days later, they said that draft takes the call for property tax reform too far.
Senator Bob Ide on Tuesday was like, I want to make a draft to get rid of property tax out of Article 15 of the Wyoming Constitution. But I believe what the chairman of that committee cast as maybe unintentional or maybe too far is then doing that would also get rid of like industrial taxes, mineral property taxes, not just focus on the little old lady who can't afford to live in her own house.
Property tax reform was a top voter issue ahead of the 2024 general election. A Wyoming Supreme Court's ruling Thursday kicked a lawsuit against a Cheyenne hospital over a little girl's death back down to a lower court. Cheyenne Regional Medical Center had asked the High Court to dismiss a motion its lawyers had filed seeking immunity against a lawsuit the family of a 7-year-old girl had filed against the hospital. Cowboy State Daily's Justin George reports that the hospital is basing its argument on the Wyoming Governmental Claims Act, which affords public institutions legal legal protections.
The lawsuit stems over the death of a 7-year-old girl, Amelia Young, who died in 2021 from tracheitis. Her attorney claims that she was misdiagnosed and was sent home from the ER without treatment, and she died the next day. So the family has sued Cheyenne Regional Medical Center. But what's interesting about this case is that the hospital is fighting it mostly on the basis that it's not liable under Wyoming law because it was contracted physician's assistant and nurses who worked on and examined the little girl.
The hospital had asked the courts for total immunity, which was denied, and the hospital appealed all the way to the Supreme Court. In recent months, the hospital asked for that appeal to be dismissed as its legal strategy had shifted, and the justices granted that motion Thursday. 2 weeks out from the latest deadline for the Chinese owner of TikTok to either sell its U.S. operation or go dark, a Wyoming entrepreneur remains optimistic about buying the popular social media app. Reed Reisner, CEO of Omnivest Financial, has been making a push to stand out among a list of heavyweight contenders for TikTok that includes Amazon, Oracle, Perplexity, Microsoft, and the owner of OnlyFans. But Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Reisner has said that his investor group's $47.45 billion bid is $20 billion ahead of the next highest.
There's 2 weeks left on the deadline for TikTok to sell or get shut down. That puts Wyoming entrepreneur Reed Reisner in kind of overdrive if he's successful and brings TikTok to Wyoming. I mean, that could be a huge get business-wise, economy-wise for Wyoming.
He said his bid is the only one that allows the Chinese company ByteDance to still be part of the business, although that would be a minority stake and wouldn't have any authority. I'll be back with more news right after this.
When it comes to building and managing your wealth, our Hilltop Bank Trust and Wealth Management team will help you determine the best route for your specific journey, utilizing our expertise and resources. Visit one of our locations in Casper, Cheyenne, or Gillette to learn more about Hilltop's financial planning, investments, and trust services. We're here to build your confidence about your financial future. Trust and wealth management products are not FDIC insured, have no bank guarantee, and may lose value.
There was a lockdown in Rock River on Thursday morning, all because of a heated exchange between a wanted man and an annoying rooster. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that apparently 2 individuals were frustrated by the crowing of a well-known rooster, so they attempted to silence it with a shotgun.
6:18 a.m. Albany County Sheriff's Office gets a call of shots fired in Rock River. They respond to the scene. They find 2 individuals who are upset with a rooster. And they were so upset with the rooster that they shot it at least once with a shotgun. One of them was cited for reckless endangerment with a firearm, but the other one who shot the shotgun at the rooster, turns out he had outstanding warrants in Texas, so he was arrested. So the lesson is, I guess, never shoot at a rooster within city limits because you'll get cited for that, and you shouldn't play with guns where people are, especially if you've got outstanding warrants.
Sheriff Aaron Applehans said at least 1 shot was fired, but nobody was injured. The rooster, which had been living under a camper trailer, escaped unscathed. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, welcome back, Cowboy State Daily Radio, Saturday version with your buddy Bags. It is 8:06. It's 58 degrees in Sheridan, Wyoming. Sunny skies all over the Cowboy State today. And I got a good friend standing by here in the Zoom room. Let's pop him up there. Hey, Scott. How are you,
Bags?
Good
How are you, man?
Good. I got a little country picking music going on here. I don't know. Seemed appropriate for our next conversation. Man, look at those trophies on the wall behind you, dude. We're going to talk about some of that. I'm glad you're sitting there because it goes to one of my segments. It's like I knew what I was doing. Okay, real quickly, I don't know if you heard the in the newscast there. You know you're listening to Wyoming News when they're talking about
I heard that
the rooster.
I'm like, wow.
I go, good. Well, that's why I moved back here, dude. 32 years in Denver, and I just appreciate how folks live here. I belong here, always have. I'm 64 years old, and I still want to grow up to be a cowboy. So
No doubt, man. Well, I just turned 67 in May, so I was looking at us both, man. We knew each other when both of our hair was dark.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
Hey, yeah.
You betcha. Well, you're still a handsome cat. Always thought that. You bucked the face for radio old saying, right?
Oh, man. Well, hey, I hope so.
Let me quickly do the weather. I already did the weather. Never mind. Coming up next hour, too, I just want to tease this. Larry Proetti. He's the owner, general manager of a couple of radio stations in Cheyenne. He was, for decades, he was the voice, the stadium voice for the Wyoming Cowboys in Laramie. And he's an old friend, and he just battled his way through significant cancer. And so we're going to talk to him about media, about the play-by-play in sports. We'll get into all that, but also about his recovery from cancer. But right now, he's a good friend of mine. Scott Watley has been talking outdoors and hunting and fishing and everything that goes with that. For how long now? How long has the show is the Outdoor Sportsman of Colorado? How long have you been doing that show, buddy?
Well, now that show, we actually started in 2012. We were doing a lot of other things before we got into radio with hunting and things. So you're right. I've been doing a long time. My dad, thankfully, we grew up in Texas, and my dad introduced me to hunting and the outdoors, which maybe we can talk about a little later, the importance of that. But, man, 6 years old, shot my first deer. So, man, I've loved hunting and the outdoors and all of that. And so actually how it came about real quick, we were actually sitting in church, my wife and I leaned over and I wrote a note and I said, I'm going to start an outdoor radio show. And she's like, what? After church, like, what are you talking about? And Jake Jabs, Jake with American Furniture.
American Furniture.
I was Jake's corporate sales manager for American Furniture Warehouse for a number of years. And Jake always had a saying, find a need, fill that need, and you'll be successful. And to me, there just wasn't a lot of stuff on the radio. TV's full of things and quite expensive for sponsors and people to be on that. So just thought, man, why not radio? We were already doing another show on our station, KLZ 560 here out of Denver. And I just went and said, hey, man, what would it cost if I bought an hour on Saturdays, And so then went around to some mom and pop stores. I wasn't looking for the big corporate type sponsors. I'm like, how can I help people, small stores survive. And man, we started our first show the first Saturday of 2013 and didn't know what to expect. And then here we are in 2025.
I don't know if it was 2013, somewhere around there, though. When you and I met, you were doing a remote live broadcast from the Sportsman's Expo.
Right.
In Denver, and I'd already been tuned in. Somebody had told me about it, and I've same experience as a child. How we ended up here in Wyoming was coming hunting with my grandfather from South Florida, from Miami, going to Wyoming, the Arvada Claremont area with the Michelina family there, who's very close here. I've been out to the Arvada bar and mentioned. I said, well, I was here when I was 12. Actually, first time there was 9. I wasn't hunting at that point, but I went with. But at 12, we went back there because my grandfather knew the Michelina family. And so then I was hooked because I got a little forky horn experience. And I've been hooked ever since. Nowadays, because I'm old and fat, I'm primarily a bird hunter. I love to bird hunt. Had Waylon. He wasn't here. He got 86th by my wife. But anyway, he's my 5th lab and the 3rd one that we bird trained. You become an empty nester. You get that kind of time.
Sure.
I just love hunting and fishing. I was fishing yesterday and caught like 8 fish. They were nailing them, and they were all down deep. It was lake fishing. I was using a spinning rod. And I just was one after another. I was only out there for about 2 hours and, didn't keep any of them. They were all kind of in that 8 to 10 inch range. And if I'd have caught a couple in the 12 to 14, I'd have buttered them up and ate those. But anyway, I am a wannabe hunter. The kind of hunting that you've done and you do, recognized by some of the pictures I have of you that I'll bring up, as well as the trophies you have on the wall. But very credible. That's what I remember about when you were doing the show. I was just hanging around, lurking as you guys were broadcasting live. And I can't remember if it was Kevin Flesh at that time or not. Was he your co-host?
Yeah. When I very first started in 2013, a real good buddy of mine, Red Merrill, we go to church together and we hunt together. And Red's a cowboy guy from Texas too. And so he was my co-host for the first couple of years. And then he started going to Texas a lot, visiting with grandparents and grandkids and all. And so then Kevin Flesh, which is an attorney here in the Denver area, he does a weekday show with me called Legal Talk. And so Kevin is a huge outdoor guy, and he's way more into the fishing side of things. And he's a ginormous bird hunter, but also now getting into big game. I'm getting him into that. And so Kevin Flesh has been my co-host now for a number of years, and when his time allows, and just a great guy. But I appreciate that. And that's what we try to do, is just be credible and help people. I don't pretend to, know everything about hunting or fishing, but we just try to get on good outfitters to give advice. We try to just bring something every week to the show that will help people make their outdoor experience a little better. Maybe it's not the actual harvest of an animal or catching the fish. It's the time in the woods. It's time spent with family and building those lifetime memories.
The show itself, talk to us a little bit about what what's the title of the show now? I think.
All right, it is Sportsman of Colorado. And we are on Saturdays, 1 to 2 p.m. here in Denver. And Sundays, they actually re-air the show 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. And then on the following Thursday from 9 to 10 a.m. So we're on 4 times a week with it here in Denver.
Well, it's like my show. It's archived. So
yeah,
don't go back too far when I started, and you can really hear some of the really poor skills at the technical aspect of this new technology. It's kind of funny.
I'm telling you.
I have a cough button. All right, so what the show? Describe it, and what can folks expect to hear when they do tune in?
Yeah, what we wanted to bring about was just about conservation, with animals. I mean, I know we're going to talk about Africa here a little bit. First time I went there, I didn't really understand about all the different types of animals, and you hear all about all these animals being extinct, and then how do we keep our populations? I was reading something in Wyoming just yesterday about the mule deer population there going way down. So how do we keep our animals, and our population of animals healthy? And just so teaching about conversation, teaching about, having outfitters on to talk about, how to have, success, and just talking with them about different things. We have some great gun experts on. Long range shooting has really taken off, and especially in Wyoming. I mean, they're shooting. I saw one thing, I believe it was 4.4 miles a shot. So I'm certainly not there, but that's a whole different topic for people. Some love it, some hate it. But so just everything to do with outdoors, helping, again, small businesses that are our sponsors, try to bring them some good business as well and some value with the show. And then I know we're going to touch on too, man, kids in the outdoors and just how to continue that heritage, because I'm afraid we're losing that in a big way. And, that's a super thing important for us. So it's a lot of fun. We don't take ourselves too seriously, Kevin and I, about the show and everything, but we love to have fun, talk about the outdoors, talk about the hits and even the misses sometimes, and things we could have done a little bit better on something. But hey, anytime you're in the outdoors, it's a great day.
When the hosts of the show are passionate about their issue, the topic. And you guys are and have been, and you're living that lifestyle, and that's important. That's walking the walk. You mentioned the conservation aspect of it, and there's always been, and I have, have been confronted by folks at a place where you would know, where I worked for a very long time in Denver. There's folks there that didn't like the fact that I would have pictures of recent hunting experience. But you talked about the part that would make a good argument with them, because they had no idea we talk about conservation, is how much hunters and fishermen contribute to conservation.
Absolutely. No, that's super true. And, when you look at the money that we put in, and then you've got people that, are hikers and bikers, and I've got an e-bike. So, I ride a bike, but you look at and they don't put anything in, but a lot of times those groups are ones that fight, hunting aspect. And yet, like you say, it is a ton of money every year that we put in to conservation. And, I get to MC one great thing I love about doing this. I get to MC a lot of banquets for Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, Pheasants Forever, Ducks Unlimited. Just did a deal with Jim Shockey, which was a huge privilege a couple of weeks ago in Atlanta, helping veterans. And so, we try to let everybody know that conservation is a huge key in places that have outlawed hunting. If you take different countries and things, their animals are extinct now. Yeah. Hunting is what keeps it, because if you just take off that older herd a little bit, there's only so much food, there's only so much water and land for them. And so, boy, if you can keep those herds healthy in a perspective of population, then it works, man.
So where are some of the places here, before we get to our first break, some of the places that you've been? Just again, I've seen photographs. I go to your website every now and then, and I hear you and Kevin talking about some experiences. So, in order to narrow it down, because this has been pretty extensive.
No, and I'll have to say this: Kevin has been way more places than I am because of his fishing. He went to Bolivia to just catch one species of fish, fish.
Well, I have a picture up. I had a picture up of him. It looked like a big northern pike to me, but I'm not sure. It was off.
Oh, no, that was one. Yeah, that's one of Kevin. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so him. Kevin has really traveled the world a little bit more than me, but Africa has been a favorite stop of ours. We've done a number of safaris over there, and in Canada, it's been great. But I tell you, there's so many good things here in the States, but now we can come back with that after the break. But I'm telling you, it is getting tougher and tougher. Every state is getting threatened, by the anti-hunting group, anti-gun group.
Yep.
So it's been different. But Africa, I will say, is one of the best values in hunting.
Is that right?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Because, you take a guided, and you tell me we got to hit a break, but you take a guided elk hunt, can be, if you got food, lodging, it may be $8,000 to $12,000. Man, you can go to Africa. You got to fly there, of course, a couple of grand, but you can go to Africa for 7 days, shoot 5 or 6 plains games animals for $5,000.
Is that right? No,
and be in Africa.
I assumed it was very expensive.
I did the same. Yeah, but Africa is absolutely over my head. You'll see a kudu and a water buck and a Cape buffalo, and the Cape buffalo is Black Death.
Yeah, I don't have to bring them up on the screen here and get them out of the archives, because some of them are up on the wall there behind you. Beautiful. What is that over your right ear? Is with the twisted
here
antlers? No, up on the wall.
Oh yeah. Okay. That is a kudu.
A kudu.
There on my right. A water buck. And I had to look up these animals to see what they were when I went there, because I didn't know what a water buck was, right? I had no idea. And then the Cape buffalo is a rare animal. I tell you, that is a beautiful animal, but I'm telling you, they will come get you. They will come get you. So you got to make a good shot when you get those.
Well, my favorite topic here today is going to be how to keep and how to bring more young people into this passion that we have, that we share together with a lot of people around here. A lot of people, boy, oh boy, the beautiful Bighorn Mountains attracts a lot of sportsmen. And we'll talk about how we keep it alive and get more young people involved in it here after our break. It's 8:21. I'm with Scott Watley. We've known each other, Scott, 25 plus years, and you've been doing this outdoor sportsman. Outdoor Sportsman of Colorado. And even though it says Colorado, if you tune in, which I have, It is really for anyone. I mean, you may be in Colorado, but I'm sure you have a lot of listeners, a lot of fans who don't live in Colorado, but really enjoy your program. So we'll come back, talk to Scott some more here on Cowboy State Daily Radio on a Saturday with your buddy Bags. It's 8:22.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Sunny skies in the Cowboy State today, a little breezy across parts of Wyoming, and there are a few places have afternoon showers possible. Highs in the low 60s all the way up to 80 degrees in some places. Right now it's 52 in Green River. DuBois, it's sunny and 51 degrees right there. Thermopolis, partly sunny or mostly sunny, and 58 degrees. It's 60 degrees here at Sheridan, Wyoming, and sunny skies. You can see it coming through my window over here. That's natural light, folks. I'm back into the Zoom room here with Scott Watley, the host of Outdoor Sportsman of Colorado, one of the hosts. Shout out to Kevin Flesh as well. Exactly. Kevin, if you're listening, I'm a fan of yours just as well, pal, because I love to fish. Anything fish. I like to eat fish, too. I will fish a flat boat in the Everglades. I will deep sea fish. I will stand with my waders for hours here in Little Goose, Big Goose, or the Tongue River in this part of the country. So, listen, I'm telling you, I mean, you probably know the Bighorn Mountain area of Wyoming right here, very close to the Montana border. And Scott, it's you go north about for 5 hours till you hit the end of I-25 and take a left at I-90 and you're here. Quite literally, exactly. My friends that come to visit, well, how do you get there? You're up in the middle of nowhere. I just, shut up. It's easy to get here. So if you're ever headed this way, if you're headed up to Montana, if you're going to Yellowstone, it's one of those routes. And we're biased, but we think the Highway 14 route is the most scenic to get to Yellowstone. And, of course, you have to go through here pretty much. Yeah, you could take some state highways to get up to glaciers, but we're kind of in the byway of the junction to get to either Glacier or Yellowstone. But we went to break, and I was talking about something that is very concerning to me. Now, we've done our part. both my boys, one who's a soldier, the other one who is an actor and a musician and a stand-up comedian, both of whom have set a post many, many, many times growing up. My son, the actor, probably one of the rare in that category people. He's a Shakespeare actor, theater actor, and he has set many a post, elk hunting, deer hunting, and we fished everything you can fish. But I did my part, in other words, to bring my boys into the hunting and fishing realm. And I have 4 nephews now that are into the hunting and fishing. My brother Joe has done a great job of teaching them hunting and fishing and getting them their license, getting them their hunter safety, and so forth. So we're doing our part here in the Baggett crew, Scott. But let's talk a little bit about the concern about the dwindling. Maybe that's not accurate, but keeping.
No, I think it is.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, it seems like, again, I grew up in Texas, so way different philosophy when you're born in Texas. I mean, year one, you get a BB gun, right? And
yeah,
so you're born. So, but it is something, and I think with all the gun talk of today, there's so many families I talk to, oh, we could never have a gun in our house with our kids. And I'm like, well, how about just training your kids about guns and teaching them that's not the fault. The gun is an object.
Yeah.
And so teach him about that. But here's a few things, and man, I'd love to, we'll spend as much time as we can on these, but a few points that I thought would be great for you. One, what you said. One, you got to start early. Keep it age appropriate, so to speak. And that can be even when they're real young, just getting out and doing some, nature walks or wildlife watching, or, hey, simply going to a pond and casting a rod a little bit and just having fun. I've seen some guys, start out, hey, taking a 3-year-old to a goose blind. It's 20 below, and that's not fun. And they don't have the right gear. So, you got to make it where
Good point.
a long day or cold and complicated and different things like that. You got to make it fun,
Yeah.
And I mentioned gear. I mean, getting them their own gear, get them a youth-sized rod, a BB gun, pellet gun, something like that. Let them pick it out, make it personal for them. Even let them pick out.
I can,
Go ahead.
Because that's my start. So my folks divorced, and my dad remarried and into a family of hunting and fishing. So at 9 years old, I mentioned the first time we came out to Wyoming. But before that, my grandfather, I guess step-grandfather, was an avid hunter and a fisherman, and started out. Now, I'm in South Florida. We lived in North Miami, and we didn't move to Wyoming until I was 15. But before that, multiple trips out to Wyoming with my step-grandfather, who had that passion. He was the one that not only me, but my brother, but my dad, who was not a hunter and a fisherman. But we started with the BB gun at a camp in the Everglades. And just, that was fun. And then, of course, it was the fishing down there. And then it ended up being traveling all over, fishing, and then eventually hunting. And it was through osmosis that I picked up this love and this passion for hunting and fishing. So that's really what you're describing, is that somebody took me and my brother under his wing and showed us the way.
Yeah. And, you mentioned something that's happened. I mean, man, statistics of blended families now, divorce rate. And, man, if you don't have children, or your children are grown up and out of the house, man, adopt a kid, at church or whatever the case may be, and take them out. Because I'm telling you, that will be a lifetime memory. I think people spend a lot of money going to Disney Worlds and all the different things like that and thinking that's going to be a lifetime memory. I'm going to tell you that's not.
Yeah, my favorite experiences were at a campground with my family and my brother, my dad, and aunts or uncles. I don't think ever any females involved, but what a great opportunity to bond as men and as boys and as young men. So that comes with it as well.
Yeah, no, super true. And, and I say a lot of times, we as dads, we can be too serious about it because, man, we want to be successful on a hunt. So I say focus on fun over success. And I'm a competitive guy. I don't mean that in every sport, whatever. Hey, you want to win, you want to teach them to be winners, but don't put too much pressure on, hey, if they're not casting right, or don't force them, to take a shot they're not comfortable with, praise patience even, safety and learning and celebrate the small wins, I say, whether it's baiting a hook or spotting a deer.
I've got a funny story right here for you, buddy. You'll like this. So very early on with Joseph and Alexander, my two boys, so Joseph would have been, so he was already hunting, both of them were. So Alex was 12 and Jojo would have been 15 and we were hunting. So this was the first year that Alex was licensed. And we take them out there and they'd come with us years before they were licensed. But this year it was time for him we went elk hunting and I believe it was Kemmerer area of Wyoming. And so we were out because it was, I don't think it was Kemmerer. I can't remember where because we hunted Colorado mostly because it was tough to get, draw out of state. But maybe it was the Craig area of Colorado. Okay, so that's not important where it was. But it was time for them to do a post. So we would go out and we'd scout the day before and we would talk about where everybody's going to be while it was daylight. And so, Alex, you're going to be posted up over here, and he's 12 years old, and we're in the middle of nowhere. And Joseph, you're going to be posted up over here. I'm going to be over here. And remember, I said, you're going to have flashlights. When you just sit here, you got to be quiet, and you do all that. And if you're afraid or if something happens and you're worried, you have your flashlight, just flash it 3 times. That's SOS, and I'll know, and I will come to you. You stay right here. Which is part of the experience with dads and boys and following direction and so forth.
Yeah.
So, and the discipline of hunting. So we get out there, of course, it's 5 o'clock in the morning and it's barely a light on the horizon. And we put the boys, drop off Joseph and go to the next one, drop off Alex. And then I went up further and my father-in-law, my brother-in-law went to their places. And I just sit down after dropping the boys off and I look up and there's the flashlight going SOS. Like 10 minutes later, we weren't even there for 10 minutes and the flashlight is going off. And it was important to me. I knew this was not a good time for me to be moving around, as you know. But I got up and we went over there. It took me 10 minutes to get back to where he was. And I ended up sitting right there that first day, right next to him. And it's a lifetime experience that him and I both remember. But that's the kind of experience, that's part of the greatness of the outdoor lifestyle is just that camaraderie.
Yeah, no, it is. And, my dad passed away 3 years ago. And, we were talking about it and same kind of deal real quick. He said he left me in my first time and he said, sit right here. I'm going to walk over here. And he said he's walking. All of a sudden he heard something. He turned around. And I'm right behind him. I never stayed.
Yeah. You were tracking.
Yeah, I was tracking. Yeah, I was already into tracking. But no, that's great. Yeah.
But
and then
go ahead.
As I mentioned, at the beginning, just keeping them short. While they're enjoying it. Don't make it too long. And then one thing my dad always helped me with, and I'm sure you're going to be able to pitch in here too as well, is get them involved in the process, and whether it's setting up a blind or helping prepare, cooking some fish, whatever, or cleaning gear, and teach them how to respect the campsite, respect nature, so to speak, understand conservation rules, different things like that. But letting them get involved in the process and not you just doing everything and not letting them see how it's done and what goes into it.
We grew up in different eras. We're only a few years apart age-wise. And when I got to Wyoming as a high school, the summer before my sophomore year, it was shocking to me. Shocking is a too big a word, but when in those days, school kids would drive to school with guns in their pickup trucks in the window.
Oh, absolutely.
On a rack in the window. And that was just as common as eventually, because as soon as I got there, I fell in love with the cowboy lifestyle. That summer, I ended up living in a bunkhouse at the Medicine Bow Ranch Company. So if that transition from, the kid in flip-flops at South Beach to wannabe cowboy happened very quickly for me. But it was an eye-opening experience when we get there, and I would say a third at least of the male students were driving around with guns in their windows, and that's changed. And it was a slow process. Every now and then, still here driving around, you'll see a gun rack in a pickup truck, but it's very rare. So we're living in different times, and we have to be cognizant of that as mentors for young people, because we had a situation where my oldest son, we were taking him out of school to go deer hunting, and we wanted it to be excused as a family event, and there was a teacher that would not sign off on it because we would say, well, give us their homework, give us their assignments. And every day at hunting camp, my boys would have their time in the tent doing their homework. Yeah. But there, like I'm sure there is today, people that, and this was in Denver area, that were not on board with hunting.
No, you're right. I'm telling you, it has changed immensely. And I've had experience with other friends. My kids are older, but I've had other friends talk about the same things, and they won't even let them. Some kids have brought some pictures of an elk they got or a deer. And, well, don't show that, or you can't wear any kind of T-shirt that says hunting or, anything like that. That would offend others. And you look at all the other things they allow in schools.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable.
Absolutely. And what I did was, think of the things that these young people, these kids learn while they're out there with, conservation and biology and geography and you name it. I think a big part of that is why one of my sons joined the military and in special forces and is now a commander with an airborne unit, was because of his experiences growing up as a hunter. But he is an example of someone that was taught the science of hunting and fishing. And one of the trips we went on, we found an elk skull on the ground, and so he went to school, and in that particular class, he got to go up there and do a presentation and talking about his, not about the hunting, but about finding this skull and what it was and the elk teeth and all of that. So hopefully that teacher recognized, as I do, how much these kids learn as part of a hunting experience or fishing experience.
Sure. No, very, very true. And, a couple of just real quick points, and please comment if the things that you've done with your kids, because I think that's super to let people know you've done this is, nowadays with our trail cams, different things like that, you can kind of make it a cool deal with technology with kids. They love looking, kids can work our phones better than we can, right? And so, you can do apps and you can let them see trail cams and explain a lot about that, and even, and I have one buddy, he says, hey, I do take my son where it's just my son, but then every once in a while I let him invite a buddy, where then maybe an anti-hunting buddy where that kid doesn't understand, and then that kid gets to see really how cool it is, and where he wouldn't understand just in a conversation from that friend.
Yeah, they have those experiences too. There's nothing like having a buddy along. That'll make a lifelong friend. We have that with my oldest son, and his best friend is someone that we did exactly what you just described, invited him and his father to come with us on a deer hunt in Wyoming.
Yeah, that is so cool. And like you say, I have met some of the, great friendships have been made, out hunting where you go to a place to hunt and, you meet other people, and man, they've become friends now for 10, 15, 20 years. And you spent 5 days with them, and that was it. But now, I mean, you just got great friendships. So yeah, very true. But overall, I think if I had to put kind of a cap on it, just to, show your passion, your respect for the outdoors, let them see the rewards of things, and sure, hopefully you're successful on your trip, catching fish or harvesting an animal, but also just the memories, like we said, that are made, lifetime memories, when you stand beside your father and they've taken their last breath, and all of a sudden you wake up in your first day without a dad after, he was 88. And wow, I was just like, man, I'm so thankful for all those times. And then I had to be honest, it made me feel bad for the early years of not doing as much with my son as I wish I would have. So, for the young dads out there, I'll tell you this. Hey, we all got to make money. We all got to work. We all got to do that. But I'm telling you, put the phone down, put the computer down, spend some time with your kids, and I promise you, that will pay rewards like you could never think about.
Scott, we're going to do this last break. When I come back with you in the Zoom room, I want to do a quick discussion about the Second Amendment. Actually, I'll do that second, because I want to talk, because part of your show, you talk about gear and some of those things, and you also have a consumer advocacy show, Haystack Help, that I want to mention too. But I do want to touch on a little bit, and again, this is by design a non-political show.
Sure.
But talking about the Second Amendment and some of the realities of the condition of it right now. So can you stand by for a few more minutes?
Absolutely.
All right, my friend. I appreciate it. Scott Watley is with us with your buddy Bags. It is 8:43, and we'll be back on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so
Yeah, you heard me cut off that PSA, didn't you? Yeah. You've been doing this for a while. You're good at it.
Oh, man, you are too, dude.
That's all right, man. This is a PSA, not a paid advertiser, boy. I don't want to do that. I got the Ricola in here. I'm in my third hour. It's like 4 podcasts, one after another on a Saturday. And I love it because I go from topic to topic here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's never the same thing.
No, it's super cool, man. It's super cool.
And I get to talk to people that I like, people that I find interesting and entertaining. And you put the bill, pal, and you have for a long time been a listener of Sportsman of Colorado. And it's a great show. You and Kevin Flesh have been doing it a long time. And I would imagine, and I don't know if Scott Watley, by the way, he is the founder and co-host. And I would imagine that part of the agenda is at times, when it's the elephant in the room, the Second Amendment issue comes up and you guys have discussion about that. What is some of the discussion that you have about the Second Amendment?
Well, there was more legislation this last year about guns in Colorado than ever. And unfortunately, our governor here, has been a nightmare for us with that. But, when you look at the Second Amendment and I think our right to carry arms, and I want to say, first of all, I'm 1,000% for promoting responsible gun ownership. All right.
Amen.
I want to say that, and training and safety. So 1,000% for that. Hey, I'm for background. I think somebody ought to get a background check, to get a gun. I think some range time, which now is in legislation now. Before you could get a concealed carry permit, you did not have to do any kind of range time. Now that's going to be a requirement. And I'm for that. I think everybody should do that. But, when you look at just our basic rights of being taken away from responsible gun ownerships, you look at the last news story. When's the last time an NRA member, concealed carry licensed person, was involved in something, some murder or something like that? Right. It doesn't happen. Yeah. It's the anti-gun states that seem to have the most problems, and they're never going to give up. So what I think we have to do is, and again, it isn't made to be political. It's hard for it not to be, but it's just, again, understanding, promoting responsible gun ownership, but it is promoting Second Amendment legislation. And I think we have to engage in it. The anti-hunting crowd, the anti-gun crowd, they're very engaged. They're willing to give money to their cause, and I think we need to do that. Not to get away from that, but just tell you how it differs. You look at the wolf issue we had here in Colorado last year. If 30% of the licensed hunters in the state of Colorado would have voted against the wolf issue, we would have won.
Yeah.
30%. All right. So what's that tell you? We're not engaged enough.
Exactly.
And I don't like to get political stuff either. It drives you crazy. But over this last year, you probably heard about the Prop 127 we had, where they were trying to outlaw the mountain lion hunting and different things like that. And is mountain lion hunting a big deal? Not in the big scheme of things. But when you look at what that platform and that step would have given them to affect all of our future hunting, and it would have went to state. This was a test ground for that, and we defeated that. Why? Because finally, a lot of groups like Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, even Pheasants Forever, I was emceeing a banquet, they took up money to fight this Prop 127, and we had boots on the ground fighting this, and we ended up winning that. But now I'm understanding there's going to be an Initiative 82, which I don't know enough about to explain it to your audience yet, that's coming next year. It's going to be even worse than the Prop 127. So they're coming. And so I'll certainly
hear a little bit less of those issues, obviously, that Colorado is having. But we do have the issue where there's a lot of folks moving here, buying big chunks of property, and that historically was open to hunting, landowners that were conducive to the hunting community, where people coming from other places are moving in, and they're closing off that land to hunting and fishing and access. And I think part of the issue is when somebody comes here, moves here from someplace else that maybe they're, the politics aren't as supportive of hunting and fishing, is that we don't do a good enough job of bringing them into the community. In other words, inviting them to find out why hunting with herd management and then, fencing off lands and blocking migration paths and so on and so forth. I think there should be a better way. It's almost like used to be a thing called the welcome wagon, when somebody moved into a new neighborhood. When you move into Wyoming and Colorado, because once you get outside of the corridor of city, Colorado resembles a lot like Wyoming, the folks and their attitudes. But when folks move here, I don't think you find out they're from someplace. You might find out they're in a different party than you are. And instead of engaging them and saying, hey, come on out and see what we're doing and why we're doing it, could we do as hunters a better job?
Oh, absolutely. And again, I'm telling you why we won that Prop 127 was exactly that. Going to non-hunters and explaining, and again, the mountain lion was the animal that they were really going after, but explaining about mountain lion hunting and why. And they didn't understand you had to get verified through Colorado Parks and Wildlife to even hunt mountain lions. You had to take a test, an exam. They didn't know that. They didn't understand there was only so many taken a year. And then once those licenses were filled, the season was over in that unit. So they didn't understand a lot of things like that. They didn't understand they were for consumption, that you eat a mountain lion. Now, if I'm going to be very transparent with you, I didn't either. 2016.
I was just going to what?
That guy right there behind me. Let's see here. And the guy said, and the guy said, hey, we can take it down here to get it processed. And I'm like, for what? And he said, eat. I go, I'm not eating that thing. And he said, man, that's the best meat you'll ever eat. And John, I tell you, it's absolutely delicious. I mean, they eat deer. A mountain lion will kill a deer a week. So that's one thing that people didn't understand too. So when they understand, we went to the non-hunting group and we had people out explaining that to neighbors and all, that I'm 100% convinced is what helped us win that.
Well, I think I thought I had a picture of you with that mountain lion on that trip. I can't find it.
That's all right. He was big.
You with a black bear as well.
He was actually on a cattle ranch over in Rifle, Colorado, and killing a guy's cows, his calves. And so we got the call to go over there. And so, again, it wasn't just for sport. It was actually helping a guy protect his cattle. And it was awesome, man. I tell you, it was a great hunt, watching the dogs track. And, and some people say about treeing them real quick, and I know we're tight on time, but when you tree them, that gives you time to inspect that animal, male, female, age. Is that a line you want to take or not? Different things like that. And so, and it makes it safe and a great way for a good shot, a lethal kill, different things like that. So a lot of things that go into this that we just had to explain to people. Then they went, oh, well, now I understand. So, and that's what it takes. Education on our own part, and then knowing how to say it and not just blowing up at people.
Absolutely. And understanding where they come from, what their environment is, and maybe giving them, a little bit, some empathy and understanding that they may or may not have been, brought up in this atmosphere. And of course, they've been fed a lot of information negative about us. Quickly, I wanted to really touch on that. You do spend a significant amount of time talking about gear on your show too. So I want to touch on that, and then I want to also mention Haystack Help, your consumer advocacy programming that you do as well. So
great. I appreciate it. And man, I really thank you for this opportunity. This has been really cool. So I'm going to reciprocate and get you on my show as well. But anyway, When it comes to gear, I think there's so many different lines. I mean, man, when I grew up, layering with clothes was 3 sweatshirts. My dad killed more stuff in flannel shirts than ever, and the Sitka and the Kuyu and all the different gear now. And $600 for a pair of pants. I'm like, is there $550 in that pocket? I mean, it's crazy. So I do like Sitka gear myself. I wear a lot of that. But when it comes to gear, I think you just have to go try out. No what you're going to use it for. There is a lot of great gear out there, but I will tell you that is key. You don't want to be miserable, man. I tell you, I've had my feet get
Cold and
in
wet.
15 minutes, and man, you're screwed for that whole day.
Yeah, no,
So
thank you.
good boots is where it starts. You mentioned that, man. I'm telling you, get some good boots. Make sure you break them in before the hunt. Don't wait till you're going to throw them on the first time. But good gear. Onyx, of course, we use a lot from a hunting aspect with the maps. They do a great job.
Okay.
Hex is a great deal. Hex is HECS, Human Energy Concealment System. If you're not familiar with that, look it up, especially if you're a bow hunter. But in all aspects of hunting, it nothing to do with scent. It is strictly blocks your magnetic field so animals can't pick up your senses. And I've been using it for 5 years now, and I'm telling you, dude, it's game changer. So look it up. Hex is a great deal, but again, a lot of good gear out there. But do your research on it. But the main thing is buy for the situation. Good rain gear is also needed, and that's a good place to start there. Real quick about Haystack Help Radio.
Yeah,
we've been doing that for a number of years as well. And when I went to KLZ 560, kind of like what you said, you want to interview who you want, different things. So I buy the time from the station. I own the show. I'm not just a host that says companies are great because they paid for advertising. So I do my own research on the company. We background check companies, make sure they're licensed, insured. So whether it's a roofer, an attorney, whatever that case may be, we do our research on that company. And we do that every year just to make sure everything stayed straight for contractor, different things like that. We make sure they're licensed. And so we have a Monday through Friday show, noon to 1 on KLZ 560. By the way, you can download the KLZ 560 app for Sportsman of Colorado or KLZ. But we're a conservative talk station. We reach up to Casper and down to Raton, New Mexico. So our signal's pretty good. And but just a chance again to let small businesses come on, talk about their business. And because it's live and local, we have been a great resource for a lot of small mom and pop business and help bring them customers and help solve some problems once in a while when people get into a bad deal. But we try to educate daily on the show to keep you from getting into a bad transaction with a business, because that's not fun for anybody.
It's good to have an advocate. That's for
sure.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And you're a good man, and I really appreciate you coming on. Expert in the field, so to speak, and the Outdoor Sportsman of Colorado host is Scott Watley. His co-host is Kevin Flesh. I really enjoyed the time. Thanks so much, my friend. Let's do it again, and if you ever get your way up north, come see your buddy Bags.
Hey, I sure will. And hey, you said, we cover a lot. So anybody in Wyoming, hunting, fishing, you got things we need to know. Hey, get in touch with me, Scott at sportsmanofcolorado.com. And John, I appreciate it. Been a pleasure, and congrats on what you're building there in Wyoming.
Hey, buddy, take care. God bless.
You too, sir.
All right, it's 9 o'clock. We're coming back. Larry Proetti, the founder and general manager of radio stations in Cheyenne, very good friend of mine, and I'm looking forward to having a conversation with him. Stick around and listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio on a Saturday with your buddy Bags.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Wyoming lawmakers on Tuesday advanced a state constitution amendment proposal that, if enacted and approved by voters, would remove the Constitution's structures for property taxes. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that when the two chairmen of the Joint Revenue Committee looked back 2 days later, they said that draft takes the call for property tax reform too far.
Senator Bob Ide on Tuesday was like, I want to make a draft to get rid of property tax out of Article 15 of the Wyoming Constitution. But I believe what the chairman of that committee cast as maybe unintentional or maybe too far is then doing that would also get rid of like industrial taxes, mineral property taxes, not just focus on the little old lady who can't afford to live in her own house.
Property tax reform was a top voter issue ahead of the 2024 general election. A Wyoming Supreme Court's ruling Thursday kicked a lawsuit against a Cheyenne hospital over a little girl's death back down to a lower court. Cheyenne Regional Medical Center had asked the High Court to dismiss a motion its lawyers had filed seeking immunity against a lawsuit the family of a 7-year-old girl had filed against the hospital. Cowboy State Daily's Justin George reports that the hospital is basing its argument on the Wyoming Governmental Claims Act, which affords public institutions legal protections.
The lawsuit stems over the death of a 7-year-old girl, Amelia Young, who died in 2021 from tracheitis. Her attorney claims that she was misdiagnosed and was sent home from the ER without treatment, and she died the next day. So the family has sued Cheyenne Regional Medical Center. But what's interesting about this case is that the hospital is fighting it mostly on the basis that it's not liable under Wyoming law because it was contracted physician's assistant and nurses who worked on and examined the little girl.
The hospital had asked the courts for total immunity, which was denied, and the hospital appealed all the way to the Supreme Court. In recent months, the hospital asked for that appeal to be dismissed as its legal strategy had shifted, and the justices granted that motion Thursday. 2 weeks out from the latest deadline for the Chinese owner of TikTok to either sell its U.S. operation or go dark, a Wyoming entrepreneur remains optimistic about buying the popular social media app. Reed Reisner, CEO of Omnivest Financial, has been making a push to stand out among a list of heavyweight contenders for TikTok that includes Amazon, Oracle, Perplexity, Microsoft, and the owner of OnlyFans. But Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that Reisner has said that his investor group's $47.45 billion bid is $20 billion ahead of the next highest.
There's 2 weeks left on the deadline for TikTok to sell or get shut down. That puts Wyoming entrepreneur Reed Reisner in kind of overdrive if he's successful and brings TikTok to Wyoming. I mean, that could be a huge get business-wise, economy-wise for Wyoming.
He said his bid is the only one that allows the Chinese company ByteDance to still be part of the business, although that would be a minority stake and wouldn't have any authority. I'll be back with more news right after this.
When it comes to building and managing your wealth, our Hilltop Bank Trust and Wealth Management team will help you determine the best route for your specific journey, utilizing our expertise and resources. Visit one of our locations in Casper, Cheyenne, or Gillette to learn more about Hilltop's financial planning, investments, and trust services. We're here to build your confidence about your financial future. Trust and wealth management products are not FDIC insured, have no bank guarantee, and may lose value.
There was a lockdown in Rock River on Thursday morning, all because of a heated exchange between a wanted man and an annoying rooster. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that apparently 2 individuals were frustrated by the crowing of a well-known rooster, so they attempted to silence it with a shotgun.
6:18 a.m. Albany County Sheriff's Office gets a call of shots fired in Rock River. They respond to the scene. They find 2 individuals who are upset with a rooster. And they were so upset with the rooster that they shot it at least once with a shotgun. One of them was cited for reckless endangerment with a firearm, but the other one who shot the shotgun at the rooster, turns out he had outstanding warrants in Texas, so he was arrested. So the lesson is, I guess, never shoot at a rooster within city limits because you'll get cited for that, and you shouldn't play with guns where people are, especially if you've got outstanding warrants.
Sheriff Aaron Applehans said at least 1 shot was fired, but nobody was injured. The rooster, which had been living under a camper trailer, escaped unscathed. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags, 9:05. And we switch gears once again. I just got to laugh at that story about the rooster. It's just such a Wyoming news story. Absolutely. Just had a buddy on from Colorado, and it fits what I told him. I said, this is one of the reasons I've moved back home to Wyoming, that's for sure. Well, good morning to the Zoom room as well. This is the Italian Stallion, my friend Larry Proetti. Larry, I've got to describe who you are. Owner, general manager, and up until recently on air talent. Are you retired, or is that just a rumor?
No, I'm back on the air.
I knew it.
My morning guy had a heart attack.
Well, I was going to bring that up. RJ Fox just went down, and so our prayers and we lift up RJ to get healthy again. How's he doing?
He is doing very well. I'm anticipating him to be back within the next week and a half. I really suspect that he will be back.
Good.
He's feeling good. He sounds real good. Obviously, the diet has changed. It's going to change a lot, which includes the no salts and all the fun things that we can still enjoy. He will not be able to.
Well, let me explain. Again, RJ, God bless you, and get well soon and get back on the air. I could see why they keep bringing me back. It's kind of the same way here with your buddy Bags. Was forced to retire a year and a half ago from my radio show on a broadcast station here in Sheridan. Circumstances beyond my control. And so I was off the air for like a year and a half, and then I just got the bug again. And of course, Jimmy Orr, who we both have a long history with, asked me if I would do a talk show on Saturday mornings. He said, and do what you want, Bags, and talk to who you want to talk to. So I said, I could do that for sure. And I'm really enjoying it because I get to talk to people like you. Whether you think so or not, you have led especially people like me in the media for 43 years. You've led a very interesting life in media. And so, first of all, you didn't start when we met in Cheyenne at KFBC, right?
Right. KFBC, Q98.
Q98, exactly. That wasn't your start. Where do you come from, and how did you get into radio, and where did you start your radio career?
The radio career really got started back in about 1964. My mom had a coffee shop next to a radio station, KKIS 990 in Pittsburgh, California, where I used to hang around. They used to give me dupes of 45s, which I would take out into my mom's back alley.
I have some of those.
Play them across the wall and blow them up. But the thing was, I kept hanging around, and they kind of adopted me as a mascot, so to speak. They would throw me in a studio and say, we need you to say this line in a kiddie commercial. Okay, great. I did it. I got to play. I remember back in the day, they had a donkey baseball. They used to be called the K-Kiss Playboys, where they would take on, certain people in town.
The station team, yeah.
Yeah, they grabbed me one day. They said, hey, we're going out to, which would now be Mervyn's. I do believe it morphed into Mervyn's, but in California, it was called Whitefront. Took me out to Whitefront one day on a Saturday and said, hey, and here I'm dressed, in a ripped sweatshirt. I just got done with baseball practice. Said, come on over. We're going to go meet the Loving Spoonful. We're going to get a free album from them in 1966. So, like I said, it was the start started there.
So, do you believe in magic? I just wanted to make sure that. That I still
I still have the autographed album to this day. Yes. It's an absolute collector's piece.
Well, I don't have that, but anyway, sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to show you that I still could do a little music trivia. So
yeah, you can, but I'll still take you on.
Okay.
So anyway, after that, I just I got more into baseball. I wanted to be a professional baseball player. Went through into college.
I knew that.
Hurt my arm. I could show. I got the scar there. Tommy John surgery. And walked by my college radio station one day and said, you know what? I don't want to be a chemist. I want to be a radio announcer. So it started back in about 75. Then I had the itch. I got my first job in '76 in Morro Bay, California, KBAI, Morro Bay, where I got to listen to 3 hours of commercials from competing stations, and they were a sign off at sunset. I got on there for about 15 minutes where they picked all the music for me too, where I didn't have to pick any of the records. So that was my first part-time job. Then from there, I went up to my 4-year school, Chico State, worked at the college station, worked in a town called Red Bluff full-time doing that, and, finishing up my degree. And then I got lucky and ended up getting a over 3-year gig at KPAY AM/FM in Chico. So that's basically where, and then I also had a stop in Paradise, the town that caught fire. I had a little short 7-month stint in Paradise. But, the point is, KPAY, I grew up with a lot of great, talented announcers that had come from Los Angeles or Portland. This was a great place for them to, kind of call it a career. They didn't want to be vagabonds anymore. And they took me under their wing and taught me a lot of the nuances of how to be a radio announcer, time and temp, location, and not just being a boss jock, but being an informational type of person.
Well, that's kind of been your theme is with your career. At some point, you made it to Cheyenne. I'm going to say probably around 84, 85.
86.
86, okay. And how
the Frontier Days, 86. Because I remember my first 2 friends in Cheyenne were you and Terry Cortez.
TC. TC and I stay in touch. He's a big shot in Chicago television right now. He's been a producer, etc. And
I should be doing opposite. I should be interviewing you because I think your career is more. It has more excitement than mine. I mean, I stayed here in Cheyenne.
Dude,
basically,
I have been
dropped anchor here in '86 and said, I'm not gonna be a vagabond anymore.
You're jumping too far ahead because you have. I've been to Wyoming Cowboy games and been in there sitting in a seat enjoying myself when I hear this announcer's voice, the stadium announcer, and it's Larry Proetti, man. I could pick your voice out of a 80,000 person arena. I know it's Larry Proetti. So before you get too far ahead, so you get to Cheyenne, and you're at KFBC and Q98. We all did a little bit of everything everywhere. And but then at some point, you end up with your own operation, your own media company in Cheyenne. Tell me about that.
Let's see, I left KFBC. I did about a 12-year stint there till about 1998. Became a free agent. Picked up by Bob Rule, who at that time had a fledgling KRRR radio station here in this building, as a matter of fact.
I do remember Bob Rule.
And Bob basically handed over the operation. Says, I can't understand why we just can't get any advertising. People listen to us. So I went out and did a little selling of the advertising. I said, let me change some of your formatics around on the oldies. Basically, he had a computer that only held 200 songs. So you could see me almost like every weekend changing out the songs and putting in new records. Yeah. He had about 5 CD where they had the CD changer. So you could hear in one instance Herman's Hermits. And then if it didn't flip over, you would hear Herman's Hermits 5 times in a row. Yeah. So he had one of those type of CDs that had like the greatest hits. So after Bob sold to a group I should say a couple of brothers, Vic and Van Michael. And they, again, left me in charge of the operation. They were buying and selling at the time. And I forged a really special relationship with them. They ended up selling KRRR, as they also picked up 1480 K-Ray. They bought 1480 K-Ray from Tom Bowman. This is about 2001, 2002. And so they buy it. we combo it together, and we're working on Logan Avenue. We called it the dump on the hump at Logan and Nationway. For a couple of years, we're there. They sell out to Northeast Broadcasting. Northeast Broadcasting started to expand west out of New Hampshire. I worked for the corporate world, similar to what you did for maybe about 3 years or so.
Okay. So there was a gap in there. Okay.
Yeah, so I mean,
I'm
I'm still climbing the ladder though. I'm program director, operations director, general manager, and I was at the time that I left Northeast Broadcasting in 2007. I was GM and had some nice perks working for them. Hooked up again with Vic Michael, who had made a purchase of a radio station in Kimball, Nebraska, and him and I got together again. We built, which is now KYOI,
right,
and took it out of Kimball, moved it west, where we were granted by the FCC, Hillsdale, Wyoming. That's where our tower site is at. He had a translator here in Cheyenne, so we hooked those up together.
Yeah.
I said, geez, I really could use something to back up my FM. K-Ray became available. So he purchased K-Ray, who in turn, back in 2013, sold this all to me. And I got both KYI and K-Ray in the package.
Ever since. Now, you were doing play-by-play before you left KFBC, correct? So, and then that
I had done some in Chico, California, yeah.
Oh,
I did play-by-play in Chico as well as Sterling, Colorado.
Gotcha. And I do
remember I had a stop
that.
there, too.
So when I left in, I think, 88 or 89, when I left Cheyenne, I was doing play-by-play, and as you mentioned, Terry Cortez, the coach, we called him. I was going by John Francis on the air back in those days, which is my middle name is Francis. I've met a few different people with different names on the air. But anyway, so I was doing play-by-play. Terry was doing the color, and we were doing Cheyenne East, Cheyenne Central, LCCC games with Laramie County Community College, and some of the Laramie Plainsmen's games. So I think at that point you must have taken over that responsibility when I headed to Denver.
Yeah, when all of you left, I just jumped in. Also hired a sports director. The thing was, who we worked for, if you remember back in the day, not the other partner Stu, but John, who we worked for at KFBC Q98, was cheap.
Yeah.
He did not want to put in phone lines.
Yeah, that's a nice.
So, and I remember the unit that you had bought. I know we piecemealed stuff together, begged and pleaded with other radio stations that we can go to their site and eventually, do broadcast games, away games. Because again, I think back to the day when you and Terry were doing games, you took a Marty unit, a big silver box with you, where you got interrupted by UP Railroad at times on the air.
Weighed about 40 pounds.
Yeah. So when KFBC went through its matter of fact, you had left, it had gone through 3 ownerships. When the third owner came in here in 93, we started buying, regular broadcast equipment.
Imagine that.
We also would pay for phone lines because you had to pay for phone lines back then. So we had a good co-op with Sheridan, Gillette, Evanston, Green River, Rock Springs. And that's when our relationships started to build back up with the I-80, I-25 folks. And now with me doing play-by-play, and I did my last play-by-play in November, a state championship game where Pine Bluffs won. That was the perfect time to step away and say, hey, I'm at the top of my game. But I sit here and look at my office. I've got 3 play-by-play units. I got about 8 headphone microphone units. My son put together this great package of cameras because we were the first here in Cheyenne. I know Star Valley Media in Afton, with the help of folks from Utah, they were the first. We were technically the second here in our part of the world to do the video stream.
Right.
And we still do the video stream today. We started it with football. We did basketball. Then we started picking up baseball with Post 6. But we also had a contract with LCCC where we video streamed for about 5 years with them as well, both men's and women's. So we were carrying about 50 games back.
Well, I want to talk about some of your sportscasting experiences because it's quite extensive. I got to do this break here real quick at 9:21. In Sheridan right now, it's about 61 degrees, pretty nice, but it's breezy here. What do you got for me in Cheyenne, Larry? What's going on out there?
Sunshine, breezy. I came out of the ark just to be here with you today.
Yeah, right on, buddy. All right, we'll be back here with Larry Proetti, owner, general manager, and longtime media, just character. I'll call him a character. It's a good way to describe him. In just a minute, we'll talk a little bit about his play-by-play and sports experiences. You're listening to your buddy Bags on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Thanks for tuning in. It's 9:22.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio
Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker. New from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. I just killed that music. Not by design, Larry. Some technical difficulties with your bags. Kind of common on a Saturday morning. 9:25.
You're old.
It's 61 degrees in Sheridan, Wyoming. Sunny skies, a little breezy out there as it is over much of the state today. Going to get highs.
We have 64.
Yeah, 64. Thank you. Down there, down south in Cheyenne. Larry Proetti standing by in the Zoom room studio. Going to crank you up now. All right. So, before we went to the break, because one of the things that you've done for quite a while, much more than I ever did, is the sportscasting world. And you've done play-by-play from my research here over 2,000 games, various sports all over the Cowboy State. And you're just somewhat famous for your vivid descriptions, enthusiastic play calls, the Larry Proetti call. Tell me a little bit about your play-by-play experience. Sounds like you started that early on in your career.
Well, we all grew up, and I hope I speak, again, since we're nearly the same age, grew up with great sportcasters in our life. And again, I think here in Wyoming, we were blessed with one great one in Dave Walsh when I got here.
And Kurt Gowdy when I first.
And again, I was never a fan of Kurt Gowdy, believe it or not. When he used to broadcast on NBC with Al D. Rogatis, I liked Al because Al was a Raiders fan. Kurt wasn't.
Well, I like Kurt because he's from Wyoming. That was my.
Yeah, that's true too. But I didn't know that back then.
Oh, yeah.
Here's where I'm at. I grew up with the likes of Russ Hodges, Bill Thompson, Lon Simmons, Bill King of the Raiders. I grew up with him. Oakland A's announcers, Monty Moore. Then again, when I moved down to Southern California, Chick Hearn, Vin Scully. Again, I grew up with those classics. And they all had their unique styles. They were all pretty much around right around the cuff. 3-2 pitch, base hit, that type of deal. As I got older and wanted to become a sportscaster, and I'm sure you had this same mantra too, you wanted to bring a little more excitement. And the one thing I learned as a sportscaster, you wanted to broadcast that game on radio. You wanted to broadcast that game so that person at home, whether he was blind or just could not view what I was viewing, you gave them the whole picture with a theater of mind.
A lot different than TV sports play-by-play.
So, and that's what I did when I was, and I hope I speak for you as well too. When we were doing games, we weren't doing that. Hey, John Baggett, basket, and then run down the court and then blocks a shot and comes back. We said, hey, John Baggett, bang, 3-pointer from the outside, that type of deal. You gave some excitement behind the voice that you were glad to be there, and you were glad to tell everybody that John Baggett hit a 3-pointer from the outside, that type of deal. So again,
what were some of the sports? Did you basketball, football? Probably. Did you do baseball as well?
I've done a lot of baseball, okay. And my favorite one, and I learned this when I was in junior college. I have a buddy of mine who lives in Sacramento, and we had an umpire who was calling balls and strikes, and I think one of our guys hit a home run one day, and he said, "Man, that dog will hunt."
Yeah.
And I thought to myself, I'm going to use that when I'm calling baseball. So when I was first calling Legion here in Cheyenne, I remember a kid hitting a home run, and I said, that ball is going deep, 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 and that dog will hunt. Basically, it's out of the ballpark. You want to have something different, tell it goodbye, bye, yes. Baby. So again, you just try to find your own one-liner that nobody has.
Yeah, no, the hardest one, I don't know if you see it different. So I did football, basketball, baseball. I even did one of the demolition derbies there in Cheyenne. I don't know if you ever got a chance to do that, but it was the hardest one for me, and I only did a few, was baseball. Because play-by-play and having a color guy, you've got a lot of space to fill. So you need to have a whole lot of knowledge of the game and the history and so forth, because you got a lot of time to talk. Is that your experience?
Well, here's what you do too in baseball, and you could do it solo, You could, a matter of fact, we have a guy that's doing it solo right now while RJ's down. But what I like to do, and when I was doing the radio shot, because you don't want me messing with the video, forget it. I am dumber than a box of rocks when it happens when it comes to this stuff. But what I did is I print off little nuances of the game. For example, sitting in one of my bags right now, I printed out retired jerseys of all of the Major League Baseball teams. So when you have a little lull in the game, and you'll say something like, "Well, the New York Yankees are playing the Rockies tonight," and then you go, "Let's go down the list of retired New York Yankee jerseys because John Baggett's wearing number 75 and he's playing first base. What the heck? How many jerseys do they have left?" We go, "Oh, Billy Martin's number 1, Mickey Mantle was number 7, Babe Ruth was 3,
There you
Ruth, Gehrig was 4, all retired numbers, Joe DiMaggio number 5, and things you can talk about just to keep the audience, involved. Because again, who's at home going, "Oh yeah, I remember number 3, Babe Ruth," that type of deal. Why did he wear number 3? Because he batted third in the lineup when they introduced numbers. Things always to keep the audience engaged with you in between pitches.
Did you have a color commentator with you as well, or was it solo normally?
I had my son with me for many years. I've had RJ. RJ also has helped out with me. Caleb Burgraff, my current gentleman that does our games, he's also sat next to me. I've even grabbed from the Post 6 family, Aaron Casey, who sat down with me for a few games in Laramie last year, where we did just, you sit there and you go 3-2 pitch, fouled off to the right side. Aaron, so tell us a little bit about your son being the pitching coach for the Post 6.
That's what you had to do.
Again, you open the microphone up and let everybody have a chance to speak.
Now, the easiest one for me was basketball, because play-by-play basketball. Now, if you're I always thought it was a tougher gig to do the color commentary than it was to do play-by-play, only because you really play-by-play, you're describing what you see, where the color guy is the one that has to have all that stored up trivia.
And he's got to sneak in real quick because you only got a short time to get something said.
Especially in basketball, which I thought was the easiest one to do, and then football kind of somewhere in between. Do you have a particular game or experience with all those years of doing play-by-play that really stands out in your memory?
From the football side, or from the basketball side, I look back to the 1998 Cheyenne Central Indians basketball team. Usually I don't get close to the kids. I'm more close to the coaches. Well, Kevin McLeod, who was the head coach,
yes,
and of course he was on the bench with the late Jim Brandenburg. And
sure,
Kevin put together a fantastic team. And I got to know some of the kids along with their parents, because they used to sit underneath us. And I think you can relate to this when we were at a Story Gym. They would be underneath us. Some of the sponsors would sit underneath us because they like to hear our calls while we're watching the game.
Yes.
So, and I'm going to miss some of the names, but Matt Murray, Cody Kerrigan, Brian Chu, Dan Stock, these young men were just so exciting, and they beat Rock Springs for that state championship. And then I also think of another basketball team, and the coach and I were very good friends. Dwayne Cook, he passed away here 3 years ago, where they ran the table, went undefeated, about 1990, 91. Again, the Cheyenne Central Indians, not picking on just the Indians, but football. Watching Pine Bluffs beat Shoshone a couple of years back in Laramie. What a wild game that was, and being on the microphone call of that was an exciting thing. The nice thing too, Bags, is when we're doing games, you got your notes in front of you, you and me. By midway through the first quarter, notes are gone. I need to have it memorized, because again, I got to have a grip on what's going on with the game. And I want the listener and the viewer to know that, hey, I didn't just get a program before I got here. I know exactly what I'm doing. And that's the thing too. I wanted to make a presentation in addition to bringing the game as well too.
Your voice is in the Cowboy State is iconic, my friend, and doing some of the stadium announcing, as I mentioned earlier. How did you end up with that gig, other than somebody hearing you on the air and saying, "Yep, that would sound
Kevin
good"?
McKinney. And one of the nice things when we were working together, John McKinney, Grandpa over at KFBC, was driving over to Laramie, and he's getting up there in years. And I said, John, let me drive. And then Jack Noakes, who was a longtime voice on the basketball side, decided to step away. Kevin gave me a call and said, hey, would you like to do this? And I said, sure, I'll give it a shot. And I think I did it for 12, 13 years.
Yeah, many times I felt, man, I wonder if they would let me go down there and say hello. So instead I just threw some popcorn at the back of your head.
Well, I'm glad you didn't throw Subway sandwiches or a hot dog. One of the benefits, I shouldn't say one of the benefits, one of the nice things that happened, we did Sacramento. I can't remember who they were playing, but they did a preseason game at the AA. And for some reason, it got back in California where I got an invite from the Los Angeles Lakers to try out to do the PA. So one game we had a guy up on top recording. Anytime I turned on the microphone, it would pick up all of my sounds. Okay. So I ended up sending that off to the Lakers. Unfortunately, I was not talented enough to be the LA Lakers PA guy, which was okay because I'm a Golden State Warriors fan. Okay.
You'd have taken the gig.
I don't think I could be cheered for LA Lakers.
You'd have taken the gig. Yeah. By the way, that just coincidentally, I've got, I know you know the name Alan Roach. Alan Roach is going to be on next Saturday in the 9 o'clock hour right here. Listen to these great voices. I've got the 9 o'clock hour. So, Alan, I got to Denver after leaving you behind in Cheyenne. I get down there, and I'm doing some, commercial production, and I'm doing the night show and doing this and that. And in walks Alan Roach with that voice. And everybody there was like, our days are numbered. Listen to that guy. So he ended up being the production director and doing all the stadium announcement. But he'll be on next week. So I've got one last commercial break. But hey, Larry, just wanted to ask you, you've gone through some significant health issues recently over the last, 5, 6, 7 years, maybe more than that. And as much as you're comfortable about talking about it, you're kind of a comeback story to a lot of us here in the media business. We've been following along, people lifting you up in prayer with some of the health issues and as much as you're comfortable talking about it, if when we get back, could we touch on that a little bit?
Absolutely. I have no problems talking about it.
Right on, buddy. Okay. It's 9:39. Let's see. 62? Man, it's going to be nice here.
64 here.
It is breezy, though. The trees are moving. Sheridan doesn't get as windy as Cheyenne. That's for dang sure. I'll tell you that right now. But anyway,
my ball spot gets rearranged 3 times a day.
Yeah. Next time I'll send the since it's streaming video too, send the makeup person over there for that shiny spot that's up there.
You see the shiny spot right here on top of my head? Yeah. See, you got lines. I don't have lines. Right here, this is part of my nose. Yeah. Matter of fact, when they first grafted this.
Is that right?
I had hair growing out.
Here I am trying to make something fun.
There you go.
Yeah. That's what I get. All right, hold on to that because that's what we're going to talk about a little bit is some of the battles you fought with your health. We're on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. We'll be back. It is 9:40 on a Saturday.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio.
There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. Mm-hmm. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust and wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
There he is.
Oh, I was just messing around with the lights because I didn't want to blind you.
The Pro Shop.
Here, I'll back up a little bit.
I got a picture of you there up on the screen. That's my buddy, good friend, and a guy I worked with in radio early on in my career. Larry Proetti is in the Zoom room with me here on a Saturday. It's June the 7th, 9:43 in the morning, and Cowboy State Daily Radio on Saturday. It's Jake Nichols during the week. And by the time I get to this fourth hour, Larry, I start to get a little froggy.
That's right.
Yeah.
I've been working here now since RJ went down with his problem for the last 2.5 weeks without a day off. So I'm kind of like you. Matter of fact, I went to bed last night. I usually have Siri wake me up, and I wake up this morning at 7:45. I said, Siri, what time does my alarm go off? You have not set your alarm for today. I went, oh my gosh. Shower, boom, come down. I didn't even get a chance to shave.
I think it's a radio thing because I wake up, it doesn't matter what time the show is. I wake up before the alarm goes off. So I set the alarm for a 6 o'clock start. I want to be in here by 5:15, just getting things set up. So the alarm is set for like 4:45. 4:30, I wake up. It's happened my whole radio career. Some kind of internal clock so that your buddy Bags can hit the post, which we're trained to do.
So, you get a couple more years older like that, like me, and Mother Nature wakes you up automatically.
Oh, yeah, well.
Before the alarm goes off.
I'm there with you, buddy. I know exactly what you're talking about. Trust me on that. So, all right. So, before we went to the break, I mentioned you had some health issues. And again, I want to say, RJ, get well soon. I know that he had, was it a heart attack?
Heart attack, couple of stents put in, and also too, he had pneumonia over the pneumonia, and again, doing very well.
Good. Amen to that. So he's probably coming back here not too far down the road. RJ Fox, Larry's partner there. So, but Larry Proetti, your battle with cancer that I have been following along with a lot of your other friends and cohorts in this business. Very rare form of cancer. You don't hear about it a lot. Can you describe it for us?
Well, it was squamous inside my nasal cavity, where actually the cancer was going from one nostril to the other, and again just was eating through the middle portion of my nose. So again, when you're getting a bloody nose during the winter time, you blow it off.
Right.
Well, I was getting more frequent bloody noses in 2015. And then you were starting to get like lesions in your nose. And it's like, well, this is not right. So finally decided to go see a doc, the family doc. And then the family doc recommended me to an ear, nose, and throat surgeon. And he said, you know what? Guess what? You got cancer. And I was like, wow, my life just kind of ended right there. Then they recommended me to go down to Denver, or excuse me, Aurora, and go to Anschutz. The doctor down there, her name was Dr. Goddard, said, I can get this. You want to take a look at the pictures? I said, no, I don't want to look at it because I know it was coming out in my Kleenex. So she told me that she could get it. I said, okay, great. I get a call just about a couple weeks before the surgery where she says, I'd be remiss to tell you that we can attack this with chemotherapy and radiation. I said, no, you said you can get it with surgery. Let's do it. So 2 surgeries, June 5th, June 9th, never forget it, on a Tuesday and a Friday, or June 8th, July, excuse me. Anyway, so the first surgery, filleted like a fish. Like I said, as I can get closer here to show you, this is all part of my forehead. This is what's left of my real nose. Underneath here, 50 staples in my neck to get the lymph nodes. There was 3 packets. 1 packet was clear. 2 had a little bit of redness to it. She was not convinced that she got all the cancer. Went back in on a Friday, came back to me and said, we got it all. Said, great, terrific. So again, I did not look at myself. My son was with me at that time. I just could not bear to see what I looked like in the mirror because I knew the pain that I had up there. But the thing is, John, I look at you as a handsome guy, and I like to think myself as a handsome guy when we were younger.
I popped up picture of the younger you up there, so folks.
But I'm just, what I'm saying is,
I
look at us as we were pretty handsome, but I knew it was all gone. I knew it was all gone. I could feel all this being different up here too. And then when they started the plastic surgery, so July 2 surgeries, August a surgery, September a surgery, November surgery, December surgery.
They literally rebuilt your nose.
Yeah, I mean, I have here scars where they were, basically holding up my nose at the time. The final product was this portion of the nose, which I didn't have a profile back then. This was down here at my lip. And last year, I decided to go back to the plastic surgeon. Said, can you lift this up? So he did. This was August of last year. So he lifted it up. I got somewhat of a profile. Post office, they're happy now. So they got the front and the profile shot. And so anybody wants to get the reward, go to the post office.
The wanted poster's been improved.
And now the next surgery comes up Tuesday. Now this is called
right up. So it's
stenosis. What they're doing, this nostril, opening it up so I can breathe. This nostril, they've got excess skin. They got it. I mean, he pulled a lot of forehead off of me and stuck it in my nose. So he's going to open that, shave that off a little bit. Underneath here, I still feel like it's bulbous. I'd like him to thin that out. I want a little more Tony Soprano look.
You got the Tony Soprano look, that's for sure, man.
But like you said, I got too much forehead, so maybe I should do a little more makeup on my forehead when I do interviews like this.
Well, listen, what's great about it, helps you to understand how great a voice you have. So obviously a lot of what comes out of our mouth is affected by our nasal passages. People know what I mean when they hear somebody that's very nasally or whatever, that you sound still this good with all the all that's happened to your nose, your nasal cavities, and all of that should be an indicator to you. Well, I guess I did sound pretty damn good.
You know, I always your voice. I like hearing your voice. You always had a great voice. You still have a great voice.
Thanks, buddy.
I never was a fan of my voice. I don't know why. I just, you know how people come in and say, I don't like the way I sound. I still, to this day, don't like the way I sound. I think RJ has a great voice. You mentioned Alan Roach. I mean, when he comes in, I'm expecting Moses to part the Red Sea.
Exactly.
I mean, really, Alan Roach, his voice. Dave Walsh had a great voice.
Dave Walsh, you bet.
You know, like I said, I don't even rank myself in the top 10 in Wyoming in voices. But I appreciate folks like yourself that have respect for what I sound like, what I have done. Again, this operation here, the Cowboy State Daily, and going back to Jimmy Orr, that we work with Jimmy Orr and the great crew that you have, I have nothing but respect for the Cowboy State Daily and the programming that you guys put forth, plus the news. I mean, again, that's what you were in the business for. And I'm so glad that the Cowboy State Daily came along and is growing by leaps and bounds.
Well, I wanted to get some feedback from you. By the way, thanks for sharing that about your health issues and about your battle with cancer, and God bless you. And I'll lift you up in prayer for Tuesday's surgery as well, my friend. I did want to get your
You know the funny part about that, to interrupt you, got to drive 2 hours down to Cherry Creek. So you know exactly what I'm talking about. Got to drive through the traffic because right now I got a 9 o'clock start time. Snip, snip, snip. About an hour and a half, 2 hours, they're going to cut me. Going to be, they're going to slap me around, wake me up, and then they're going to send me home. I mean, it's kind of ironic,
Wow.
It's going to take 4 hours to go back and forth, and I'm going to spend that much time down there, and then they're going to give me my meds, my painkillers, ship me off, and send me home.
I do not miss that traffic.
Well, it's amazing too. The last surgery, and I'm not going to mention the dollar amount, but it was 5 figures. Hour and a half that surgery went. But again, at 67. Thank you for Medicare. Thank you for my supplements that I have purchased. Didn't pay a lot of money on this last surgery.
Amen.
But I did on the first 6 that I had back in 2016. Talk about $1 million surgeries. I was in that category.
A lot of work there, dude. I wanted to get some feedback from you on cough button. On the state of media, because we've just, or you have, now you're going to include some of Cowboy State Daily Radio in some of your programming down there in Cheyenne. Tell us about that.
Wendy Core's News, 5 times each day, Monday through Friday. Jake Nichols, first 2 hours of his program being rebroadcast at 10 o'clock. Getting to talk with the all-star here on a Saturday morning. Man, I'll tell you, this is like Christmas at Walton's Mountain, right?
You bet. Well, it's great having a broadcast station in Cheyenne carry our programming. And Wendy Core, what a pro, huh?
You have assembled there in your part of the world. Again, you're all over in the Cowboy State Daily, but again, assembled a great staff.
Well, Jimmy is, talk about a guy who rose from the ashes of our little rock and roll show that we were doing on Q98 there in Cheyenne, and he ends up in Washington, D.C., and he's rubbing elbows with the decision makers of the world, right? And then he comes back and gets involved and puts this thing together. And it's competitive. I mean, I think the subscription rate now is upwards of 97,000 subscribers to the digital newspaper, I call it, because I read it like a newspaper. Right. I still print it out. Isn't this terrible? The tree huggers are going to have their way with me because I like to spread it out like a newspaper and read stories. It's when you're old, that's what you did.
Let me do this real quick, because you're running short on time. You said the state of radio, and we kind of got off track.
Yeah.
Me personally, locally owned, locally operated, the only way to fly, especially in our part of the world. I am not a fan of the corporates. And again, not to beat up on any parent company that you ever worked for. The iHearts of the world, I think what they have done is an absolute shame. Odyssey, that's coming into play right now. These corporates, don't care about people. And I think back to, correct me if I'm wrong, with during the pandemic with iHeart. They had just purchased all these products, filed Chapter 11, so they didn't have to pay on some of the notes. I think they wrote off $90 million worth of notes.
Millions and millions.
I can't do that.
Yeah. No.
But also, too, 900 people lost their job, that type of deal. So you have one voice in Watertown, New York, on one of their channels doing all of their 70s show, whatever the case may be. My point being local is you talk to me, I make the decision. It's a simple drill. You don't have to send 5 different pieces of paperwork or emails and hope you get an answer back from somebody.
Right.
That type of deal. Am I going to make it or break it? That's up to me. Yeah. It's my decision if I want to make it or break it. I don't have to lose money because it's expected. Our market is expected to lose money. Hey, we're in to have top ratings. We're in to make some money and enjoy. Make radio fun. That's the whole deal. Radio is supposed to be fun.
It is.
And again, I think, and I credit you, Jimmy, the Q98 format. That's my KYOI format. I like top 40 radio. And it's again, I grew up with top 40 radio, KFRC in San Francisco. K-Ray, just what it did back in 1961, 50s and 60s, and a little blend of 1970s in it. So,
I tell, for a while, as you know, I transitioned at some point into sales and then into management, but I get to talk to a lot of business owners in that role. And I encourage them all the time, even with the big, it was both iHeart, Clear Channel, and iHeart, and then Salem, encouraging people or business owners to support live local radio. Because you can listen to, Sirius XM, Spotify, whatever. I have it, but I also have 6, 7, radio stations tuned in there as well. And, you can listen to Spotify, but you're certainly not going to hear the local weather when...
That's right, especially when a storm is brewing overhead.
Well, and the driving conditions between here and Buffalo on I-90, that ain't going to happen on streaming on satellite radio. This operation, this is kind of an extension of Cowboy State Daily, the newsletter, the news email newspaper, online newspaper, and it gives us a chance to be kind of a state radio operation. We're looking at, although I am guilty of focusing on Sheridan, I've got to expand out because this is what I've done. For a couple of years I did the live radio midday show here at 98.3 The Peak, but this is our state, and our team is focused on the stories that impact Wyoming. They go from town to town and cover it. So I do think there's a place for a format like Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Well, and I'm glad to, again, a voice like yours definitely needs to be heard. And in our case now, you can be watched as well. There's too many of us, because of the corporate world that came into Wyoming, a lot of guys and ladies that were in this particular business said, screw it, I'm out. I don't want to do it. And they took positions elsewhere. But their heart still lies in radio. Unfortunately, the locals sold out. Well, there are still some locals now that are fighting back against the town squares and the iHearts, and as you go down the list. And like you said, too, where you have your Spotify's and all that other good stuff. But when it comes right down to it, when the sky gets black, the white flakes are coming out of the sky, who's winning the basketball tournament? Where do you go to? You go to local radio because you always get the top dog.
Well, you're
service.
iconic in Wyoming. radio and broadcasting and play-by-play. You're the man, Larry. I love you. God bless you. I'm looking forward to the next time I'm in Cheyenne to rendezvous and you getting out of Cheyenne and coming up here to God's country in the Bighorn Mountain area of Wyoming. Miss you, my friend, and I really appreciate you being on this morning. We're going to hit the post here at 10 o'clock, my friend. Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you again, too, and I am looking so forward to catching up with you. We got a lot of war stories to pass along.
Yeah, absolutely. Take care. Thanks for listening. It's 10 o'clock. You're listening to your buddy Bags every Saturday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around. It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. By a 3-1 margin, the State Board of Land Commissioners on Thursday denied the renewal of 6 leases related to a long-contested proposal for a gravel mining operation at the base of Casper Mountain. This marks a major victory for local residents who waged a 14-month battle against the development by Prism Logistics. Cowboy State Daily's Zachary Sontag reports that the decision represents an about-face from the board's initial vote to unanimously approve the leases.
A few years after the project was brought, they decided not to renew the leases, and a lot has happened since then. You saw the county commissioners rezone this area to preclude it from allowing mines like this, and there were questions being raised about whether or not they had the authority to do that, if they would grandfather in this project, or if it would be moot.
The change in opinion was encouraged by an army of residents and citizen scientists who brought new findings showing the threat of water and dust contamination to be greater than believed. Optimism around Wyoming uranium continues to drive investment in the state, with a $76 million merger announced Thursday, highlighting the state's reemergence as a uranium exploration hotspot. Premier American Uranium Incorporated's acquisition of Nuclear Fuels Incorporated creates one of the largest uranium exploration companies focused exclusively on American deposits. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the transaction centers on Nuclear Fuels' KC project in the Powder River Basin.
It seems that every week there is news about companies merging, combining forces, and really expanding the footprint of uranium mining in Wyoming. This just happened at KC recently. It was a multi-million-dollar merger and is going to mean more mining activity in Wyoming.
The company describes the KC project as unique among Powder River Basin properties because it's the only one where all 3 historically productive ore formations are known to be mineralized and potentially suitable for in-situ recovery mining. A prominent Wyoming legislator says residents should be compensated for loss of property when huge wind, solar, minerals, or other energy projects displace wild critters. Toward that end, Senator Larry Hicks of Baggett is proposing a bill calling for companies to provide off-site compensation when there's an impact to wildlife that can't be mitigated on-site during energy development. Outdoors reporter Mark Hines explains.
Like if somebody builds a 500-acre solar panel field and there's just simply no way to mitigate the effects of the wildlife there, why don't we have those companies pay into a fund? Then that money could be used to do compensatory or some sort of eco mitigation elsewhere in the state. There were some people from like the energy side of things who were saying we can see the wisdom of this, but if we put too much of a chilling effect on it
is stiff among western states for big solar, wind, minerals, and other energy-related projects, and Wyoming risks losing its competitive edge by adding more conditions to the permitting process. I'll be back with more news right after this.
When it comes to building and managing your well sources, visit one of our locations in Casper, Cheyenne, or Gillette to learn more about Hilltop's financial planning, investments, and trust services. We're here to build your confidence about your financial future. Trust and wealth management products are not FDIC insured, have no bank guarantee, and may lose value.
A federal court judge has dismissed the case of a Wheatland man who sued Platte County Sheriff's deputies last year for sending him to jail rather than the hospital, despite his high blood alcohol content. Brian Hayes had a withdrawal seizure in the jail's shower. Court records show that Hayes should not have been booked into jail without a medical release because his blood alcohol content was above 0.3, according to jail policy. But Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Judge Scott Skavdal took issue with what he characterized as shortcomings in the laws around cruel and unusual punishment.
He was struggling with the case law, saying, okay, the guy didn't look like he was having a medical emergency when he was admitted, so probably qualified immunity applies because there's not this clear crisis.
Skavdal said Hayes' claims of false arrest and deputies' alleged deliberate indifference toward his